but we'll see him later in the week when we get to retirement benefit plans. I'd also like to say welcome to the 2 observers that we will have for this meeting from the IFAC nominating committee. Angela Pazar, who has been with us before virtually from Ghana, and also Meryn Kelsall from Australia, and the timing is fairly brutal for Meryn. I think it's actually midnight in Australia, so we do appreciate Meryn, you joining us at this point in time. We also are very privileged to have, we're waiting for the 3rd member, but we will actually have an unprecedented 3 members out of 4 of the Public Interest Committee to provide us with the update on last week's Public Interest Committee meeting. But welcome Bob and John, and welcome Chidem, who's just arriving at the back just on time. So with that, I think, is there anything else I should say in terms of introduction? Okay, good. So with that, we move then into the formal approval of the meeting, the minutes of the December meeting. Any comments on those? Okay, so we approve those. And then there are the minutes of the check-in meeting. There were a couple of editorials that Lucy picked up. Anything from anybody else? Okay, so we approve those. Just a comment in terms of we have 2 members online this morning. Lucy, unfortunately, didn't get her visa in time, so she's going to be virtually with us all through the meeting. The Adrian is not feeling so good this morning, so he's actually joining us from the hotel. And for both of them, we do have a slight logistical issue in that we don't have Zoom at the front. So my apologies if I don't see Leah waving flags to get you in. Please bear with us on that. Okay, so I think with that approval, then we move on to item 1.5, and we welcome John Verinder from Eurostat to give us an update on the European Public Sector Accounting Standards Programme. So, John, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ian, and good morning, everybody. So I think most of you know me. I'm John from Eurostat, which is part of the European Commission. Thanks very much for the opportunity to talk about European Public Sector Accounting Standards. It's been a while since I gave an update at this board, but I think for some of you will be familiar and maybe some of you not with the work that's ongoing in Europe. So a bit of background. About 10 years ago, the European Commission undertook a study to see whether IPSASs would be suitable for application within the European Union. And the conclusion was not at that point, although much work has been done since on the issues that have been identified in that study. And the idea was to develop a European project. Obviously, IPSASs would be the starting reference for that work. It's not a question of reinventing things. And the project's proceeding in 2 phases. The first phase is really about promoting accruals, making the technical development of the European ideas. And then the second phase would eventually be to move towards harmonized European public sector accounting standards. We're still in the first phase, and it's fair to say that I think politically we'll remain in that first phase at least for a year or 2. As the political cycle turns in Europe. There are several options on the table for taking the project forward, whether they would be legislative or whether they will be voluntary. These are all still very much open and discussed. The European Union member states meet twice per year in the IPSAS expert group, and that gives us a great opportunity to follow developments in the European countries. We are working on the technical development of the project. And for many years, we've examined many interesting topics, some of which are actually highly relevant for the board's work as well here. For example, differential reporting and other topics. The most recent developments in the work have focused very much around the potential future IPSAS structure. So we've been having a look through to see what perhaps the most sensible way of structuring standards at the European level would be. And at the same time, looking at the reporting entity, almost in a sense, reprising the board's long years of discussion about where IPSAS is, or IPSAS in that case, would actually apply and to which entities. So that's a big discussion. We've also been doing quite a bit of discussion about the innovation in public sector financial reporting. And for example, there was a very good discussion about leases, the forthcoming application of the new leases standards. And at the same time, we monitor the stakeholder developments. I think it's fair to say in the European Union, and if you have a look at the data which has been published on the progress in adoption of accruals across countries, many European Union member states have made great progress, and many others have had accruals for years. So I think we're very much seen over the last 10 years, really a very big progress across most European Union countries in terms of accruals accounting. The project, of course, carries on. We'll have 2 more meetings of the IPSAS expert group this year, and we'll carry on focusing on these developments with an idea eventually to have a greater engagement with the political level once the cycle turns within Europe and there's a new European Commission next year. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, John, for the update. And I think it's certainly, I think there have been a number of benefits from the programme, in particular that dialogue and that progress towards accrual within Europe. I think from a board point of view, we've certainly benefited from the very open way in which the project has been run. And when you look at the screening reports, which are on the website, actually, that is very helpful in terms of getting input in terms of potential other areas where guidance could be added and so on. So I think that's been a very positive relationship and benefit generally, as well as for this board. Are there any questions to John? Abdullah.
Thank you, John. And just wanted, if we can elaborate more on the reporting entity you mentioned that you had an issue with, and just to comment on that, because I looked into the preparation work that you've done in the program. It was very inspirational for us, especially with the costing mechanism, the exercise you did, and how much it would cost for every single country to convert to accrual. I like that, but I sympathize with you regarding the time it taken for phase 1 and wanting to be in phase 2. But for the reporting entity, we just want to hear more about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdullah, for your kind words. The reporting entity issue is very much about deciding the perimeter of entities, because, as we all know, there's a great diversity of public entities. Here within the board over many years, there's been discussions about government business enterprises, and it's quite difficult to write exactly where these standards should apply and to which entities, given their diversity. We in Europe at least have, and yeah, I'm speaking from a Eurostat as well perspective, we have a strong statistical background to fiscal monitoring. So we're very much using a starting point of a statistical boundary, a public sector boundary. And then we're starting to think about which entities within that public sector statistical boundary, actually it's not appropriate to apply, or wouldn't be appropriate to apply IPSASs. And I think there what we're doing is looking into European legislation which already exists, which provides for accounting for certain entities, commercial type public entities. And we're trying to link to that so that we're using existing parts of statistics and legislation to actually make that divide. We're trying not to sort of reinvent things and trying to write a whole bunch of separate, very detailed rules. So that's really the spirit of it, and that's the discussion that's ongoing in the European level. Thank you. But we can catch up, of course, over the break. I'll give you more details.
Thanks, John. Any other questions or observations? Yeah, Mari, go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. And my concern is about the communication between you mentioned about the public sector financial reporting innovation, and it is so important to communicate with the accrual-based accounting information to how to communicate it to the citizens. However, not only citizens, but also the politicians or the policymakers. And what is the point of the financial reporting innovation is on the communication problem and education problem. My question is, thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie. Yes, indeed, the innovation points that we've been discussing are covering both the sort of production side of the information, but also the dissemination side, the communication aspect. So on the production type side, we've been looking at how particularly advances in IT actually can be used to reduce the cost and the time spent, particularly in adopting or developing accruals. And as I think Abdullah rightly pointed out, there's a big discussion about cost-benefit analysis and trying to get a handle on that. In terms of the communication, we've certainly seen some EU member states have some great ideas about disseminating the financial information using digital technology to really bring out some of the patterns using graphical presentation. And so even though we can't force the information to those that need it, the policymakers, we can make it attractive and interesting and also more broadly known, let's say.
Thanks, John. Any other points members want to raise? Okay, well, thank you very much, John. And as you said, you'll be around for discussions over coffee and lunch, so take advantage of that. There's a lot of very interesting work that's gone on, and I think more to come. So we look forward to that. Okay, just one administrative point. You can bring the mics closer to you, and I think as it's a large room, so if you can just they just slide on the desk, so just bring them as close as you can to make sure we can hear clearly. So then if we move on, we have the items on the IPSAS IFRS alignment dashboard. That's something that hasn't actually changed between the last meeting and this meeting, but dependent on the approvals that we make at this meeting, you may see some significant changes to that next time round. Also, the IPSAS ISS alignment dashboard, which reflects the state of play in terms of alignment between IPSAS and the system of national accounts. That's a very active piece of work at the moment with the preparations for the update of the system of national accounts and the balance of payments manual. There is quite a lot of work that João has been doing in that area, which is around the terminology and trying to align the terminology between IPSAS and the statistical frameworks, as well as to bring in a mapping between S&A and IPSAS and IFRS. So I think that will be important. Also, I know that we've given the editorial team a copy of the new conceptual framework chapter on measurement, and that was certainly of interest to them. So we await further developments in that respect. And then the last item for noting is the report on activities and communication. And again, that reflects a lot of activity across all regions from members and technical advisors. So thank you very much for keeping that up. And that reflects the continuing trend that we have towards more in-person meetings going on, although still a fair amount of virtual outreach, and there's a balance to be struck on that. So it'd be interesting to see how that settles down, I think. Okay, any other points on those opening items and for noting? Good. Okay. So with that, we move on to the update from the PIC. And as I said, unprecedented that we have 3 out of the 4 members of the PIC with us. So thank you very much for joining us today. Obviously, this is the update on PIC's activities, and in particular, the very helpful meeting we had last week in Paris. And I think, John, you're going to lead. Oh, okay. Tito. To you.
Yes, actually, I would just like to welcome all of you to Washington, even though the weather is very chilly. But it is really our pleasure to host the IPSASB meetings this week. So I hope you will, take advantage of being in person all together and have, rich exchanges during coffee and lunch breaks. I would like just to pass the floor to Bob, who can also welcome you. And then Jon is the one who will provide the update. Thank you.
Great. Again, thank you, Bob Salm from the World Bank. It's great to be here with the IMF and welcoming you all here to Washington, D.C., and especially as a member of the PIC to share our results from this past year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leah, if we could have the slides. Perfect. Thank you all very much. It is a great pleasure to be here, and especially nice that we're almost all here, the members of the PIC. Just very briefly for those of you who may not be as familiar as others with us, that before I give the floor to my colleagues, the PIC consists of four members associated with the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the OECD, and Intosai. It is our colleague Vincent Feller from Intosai who was not with us today. So this is the body that provides the oversight for IPSASB. And just to sort of recall sort of the PIC story, if you will, and that back in 2013, it was noted as an issue that uniquely among standard-setting bodies, the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board did not have an oversight board, and this had been identified by some as problematic and hindering the adoption of IPSAS. So in response to that, there was a governance study launched in this area that resulted in the establishment of the Public Interest Committee with the 4 organizations that I mentioned in 2015. You will recall that I believe at our last meeting, I reported back on the results of the review of the of the IPSASB governance arrangements, which essentially confirmed general satisfaction with this arrangements, and we are very pleased to do so and to support you in your endeavors to improve public financial management around the world. It is very much appreciated. Now, the oversight of that we do at the Public Interest Committee is essentially divided into 3 pillars: rigorous due process of the standards, qualified and inclusive appointments, and relevant and timely standards. And each of us, I think, will speak to a different part of this. So I don't know, Shidem, if you want to start by talking about sort of the overall strategy of the standard setting, the last pillar.
Okay. I was ready to give an update about the major progress.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Sorry. Yes. Sorry about that. Yes. So last week we had the Public Interest Committee meeting, and Ian gave us a very good update about the 2022 activities and the IPSASB priority projects and the work program. So we noted that there was a major progress in terms of some standards that were being approved, the IPSAS 44, 45, the conceptual framework for the limited scope update, and also the CP was issued for the natural resources. So it was a very rich program of activities, and also we had an update about the advances on the public sector sustainability reporting. So I think, yeah, I'll stop here in terms of the updates. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the PIC, this center pillar about qualified and inclusive appointments is critical. And I think one of the real successes on this area of the IPSASB over the past years has been that the membership is more diverse, more inclusive, and more representative of the voices around the world in these jurisdictions, in the countries, in the different environments, with the range of experience in which the standards are going to need to be implemented. And that's an area where, as the PIC, we've paid particular attention to, obviously with the full support and the direction that the board has been doing. And we find that having these dialogues throughout the year at our annual meeting, we've been able to not only note the success, but this time what we talked a little bit about was that this is not a success that is a one-time success. Every time there is nominations, every time, whether it's renewals or whether it is getting new people on the board, this needs to be continued to be considered. And we find that it is, and we applaud that. This brings not only the benefit of to the dialogue, but also to those around the world who are needing to have the challenges of implementing these, when they see that the decisions are being made by individuals who have a voice and have the experience, have the background in these range of areas. As we look forward, we recognize, firstly, that building that pipeline is a continuous challenge. And whether that's you as members identifying potential pipeline candidates, people who are engaged in different ways, but not on the board yet as pipeline, the various outreach, whether it be on consultations, identifying people. We do see that there's continuous building of the pipeline, whether it's for nominations, current round, or 3 years, 5 years, even 10 years. It's just continuing to build that support. Secondly, as the questions of sustainability reporting come in, that we recognize that this is yet another dimension of the wealth of experience and voice that will be useful to bring in. And as always, when we are looking at bringing in the diverse views that are representative, how one defines what is representative is a bit of a moving target as the agenda evolves. And we appreciate that that has already been recognized as well. And then finally, I would just say that, as we all know, there will be a process starting next year on the issue of the replacement of the chair. And we recognize that that process, the importance of the diversity and the inclusiveness of that process, which we see happening on a regular basis, and we have full faith and confidence in that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, a few words about the rigorous due process pillar. We are obviously satisfied that due process is observed in the work of the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. The governance review noted that the oversight that the Public Interest Committee provides has sort of been after the fact. After all the various milestones in the due process have been completed, there is essentially a certification by the PIC at the end of this process. And the governance review was about doing this essentially in real time as we go along, so that as each of the milestones in promulgating a standard is established, that is a moment to review that due process has been followed up to that stage. So we are now in discussions with the chair and the staff of the board and how to do that. It will also involve changes in sort of the operating procedures of us. We typically meet a few times a year, but rather perhaps that we would have a process sort of in real time to review the milestones as they are progressing. So that was the only comment that we had on the due process, and I think that is very much welcomed by the board itself, and because it is of course very important to highlight as much as possible that due process is being followed at each stage. That is not just sort of an after the fact event. So with that, I think we finished just by thanking you for the wonderful cooperation that we always enjoy. We are an independent oversight board body, but we enjoy excellent cooperation both with the chair, the staff, and board members, and as well with the leadership of IFAC. So thank you very much.
So thank you very much for that update. And I think I can certainly echo on behalf of the board the appreciation for the work of the PIC, and also for the members of staff and the organisations that support the PIC members. In particular, I think we probably, Andrew Blasey has actually, is very much involved in the nomination, attending the nominating committee meetings on behalf of the PIC, and that's very much appreciated. And I think, to go back to the beginning of the presentation, in terms of the history of the PIC, I think, clearly the absence of oversight was a real issue at that time, and certainly in terms of that as an issue, that certainly is not something that regularly gets raised, and I think that really reflects the way in which the oversight has been working. So thank you very much for for all the hard work that goes into that, and as you say, John, I think the very positive relationship and the way in which that's conducted. So if I can just open up for any comments or questions from board members. Yes, Thomas.
It's obviously not a question. I just want to echo my thanks from the CAC perspective for the great cooperation with the PIC. We had a great discussion last week regarding the activities of the CAC, and just to kind of appreciate the work of the CAC members here. It was very welcomed by the PIC, and thanks for the great cooperation from my side as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Thomas. Yeah, Andrew.
Thanks. John, you mentioned that there's potential changes that the PIC is looking at in terms of how it monitors and going to a more sort of ongoing basis. I guess with the potential that the board moves over into the sustainability space, are there any changes that the PIC is considering in terms of that as well, or any changes in the composition of the PIC and how it oversees the board as well?
I mean, it has not been discussed in terms of due process, and I think it's sort of as there may be issues that arise, we'll take a decision on that. But as of present, no.
We did have a discussion actually about what the role of the CAG might be if we form a sustainability reference group and so on. So I think that was actually quite a helpful, if you like, foreshadowing that we do need to think through the oversight and due process implications of that. So I think that's a good point, and we are going to need to have a look at that as we, assuming we move forward. Thanks. Any other questions or observations from board members? Okay, Leah, nothing online from, okay, good. Well, thank you very much for providing the update. And as I mentioned, I think, Chidem, you were just coming in. Thank you very much to IMF for providing us with the facilities. And I think Vitor's joining us later on this morning for just to formally receive the plaque. I think that's right.
Yes, I think he will come at around 11:30. It is our pleasure, and apologies that I was late in the morning. But yes, it is our pleasure to host you. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much again. Very important part of our due process, and I think it's very much stakeholders note that and appreciate that. So with that, we move on to item 3, Ross, the Programme and Technical Director's report.
Thanks, Ian. And a few items just to touch on in the report. I don't have any slides, but we'll just walk through a couple items to set up the discussions this week. The first one to note is, I think, depending on progress on the various approvals, we'll probably have a pretty need for a more in-depth discussion on work program at the back end of the meeting once we're clear on items that are finalized, whether we have re-exposure or not. So very much for the balance of today and tomorrow, we'll be focusing on the various items up for approval, and depending on where we land on those items, could be creating some space to move forward with other projects. In terms of the approvals that are up for discussion at this meeting, I just want to highlight measurement, revenue, and transfer expenses as long-running projects. Did a little bit look back when I was preparing my report, and the genesis of these projects coming on the work program was actually through the strategy consultation in 2015. And the board started having its first debates on those projects in March 2015 in Chile, which at that time, Andreas was the chair, Ian was a member, I was a technical manager, and I believe the technical director at that time was still Stephanie Fox, who was the technical director back at that point in time. I'm just highlighting that point because we've been working on these projects for a number of years. I'm very happy to be here today that we're in a position that all the substantive issues on those 3 projects have been addressed. All of the drafting for those standards we'll be looking to approve today have been reviewed by the drafting groups in details. So the expectation is for each of those items that we're moving fairly quickly to approval, not redebating past decisions. There will be editorial processes for all of those projects. So if you do have editorial work, you want to work with staff to clarify consistency, tighten up the drafting, that will continue after approval. I just wanted to make all those points clear because we're into year 8 of working on these projects. Now, that's not to say we're not planning to have a vigorous debate on re-exposure for revenue and transfer expenses. As the paper in the program on both those sets out, the staff's done an analysis to provide you to help you make your decision, but it's very much an individual member decision to form their own views on the merits for or against re-exposure. And if we go to a vote on re-exposure, to vote in accordance with your views. So don't feel pressure. If another member that you respect is thinking about it another way, if you feel re-exposure is merited, please vote for it. If you don't feel it's merited, please feel free not to. I would say if we do end up in the position where we are having re-exposure, and again, we can talk about this more when we get to those sessions, we will need a basis for the board on why it's re-exposed that will go out with the documents to make it clear to constituents why we've re-exposed. So I just want to flag that for everybody now. The last point I wanted to touch on in my report is just to flag to people, if you haven't seen it, paragraph 13 talks about task forces. So again, as we get ready to move forward with a bunch of new work, it's task force time. And we're looking to reestablish new task forces. We have task force chairs for these major projects, but we'll be looking to bring members on board. And I've just put a few thoughts to spur consideration by technical advisors, members, and observers. If you're interested in any of these task forces, please reach out to staff. Put down your thoughts on why you're interested, your experience related to the topic, why you want to be involved. I can't guarantee that everyone will be able to join every task force they're interested in, but we'll do our best to accommodate as much as possible. But we will be looking to finalize the new task forces for this year by the end of March.
Thanks, Ross. And the other point probably that goes with that is clearly at the moment the way in which we move forward with sustainability reporting, or if we do, that's all contingent. But I think one of the things that came up very strongly through the conversations with members that I had during January was a high level of interest in that area. So bear in mind that it certainly may well be appropriate that actually as we sort of stand up new groups and structures for sustainability reporting, that we look to try and involve all members in some way in those groups, just in terms of becoming more familiar with the material and so on, even if not actively partaking in the debate. So that's one thing just to bear in mind, that that's the sort of thinking at the moment in terms of way forward, but obviously contingent on the extent to which we're able to progress on sustainability reporting. Okay, any observations on Ross's report from members? Yeah, Lynn.
So we will return to it later in the week, no doubt, in terms of the work programme itself. I guess my observation is how we express the interconnectivity between projects and implementation dates when we make decisions, particularly on standards implementation dates. The one that came to my mind when I look at your report is the proposal, and we'll come to it in the various agenda items, but we're saying that if things go to your desired plan, we would be approving measurement and implementing it from 1 January 2025. But the month before, we would be approving a pronouncement on phase 2. So I think there is a need to recognise how they are all interrelated and keep under constant reviews sort of some of those decisions, because there could be decisions that we might want to revisit as other projects progress, particularly when I think of the measurement project with the phase 2 project, but also with the other lease type arrangements where we will be reviewing and seeing responses back on that, which again might have a knock-on impact to when we might want to implement measurement, how we might want to scope phase 2. So I think it's important that we understand sort of the need to perhaps in some instances keep open-minded about some of the decisions, because as other projects progress, that interrelated nature might mean that we need to revisit particularly timing of implementation.
Yeah, thanks, Lynn, for those comments. Completely agree. We do have to keep an open mind on that. Just wanted to note that what's stated here in paragraph 7 is a result of what was discussed at the check-in meeting and the decision in the direction from the board, based on the proposals we gave, taking into account the various interlinkages and the fact that we will have amendments to standards we're approving today that will come through phase 2 on measurement. Those amendments will have their own effective date, so the board will decide at that time what it wants the date for those to be. If it needs to reconsider the effective date of the whole standard, it can do that at that time as well. But just to flag, that's one of the considerations of due process. The board sets the effective date after it approves the guidance. It is a board decision. We can have that debate at that time, but you're right, because of the moving pieces, we're going to have to keep revisiting that and whether it's the right thing to do. And just to note, if we do decide after the fact that we're moving an effective date for any reason, we would need to put a short exposure draft out on that to indicate to constituents that we're proposing to move the effective date of a standard. We have done that in the past. We did it for the COVID crisis to put back a number of pending implementation of standards for a year to give people time. So we can do that when the time comes. So we agree, Lynn.
Just one thought in terms of keeping the effective dates perhaps a bit more visible than we've got them at the moment. What I'm wondering is you do that list of pronouncements that we've approved during the strategy period, and perhaps we could just add a column there which actually gives the effective date so that we've got that, even although they're not on the active work programme, they're still, to hand, and we can keep an eye on that in that way. Okay, thanks, Lynn. Any other comments from anybody at this stage? No? Okay. Nothing online then, Leah? No. Okay, good. So that concludes item 3, which then, with that, we then move into the first of our items up for approval, which is measurement. So, Dave, I think over to you for the introduction.
Thank you, Chair. So as Rosh just mentioned, this is one of the first 3 projects that's been ongoing for over 8 years. And with that, there's lots of thanks to go around. A few groups and individuals in particular, as this has been going on for 8 years, we've been using a task force that's really helped us along the way. A number of members have been there for a number of years and really helped develop the concepts and principles. So a thank you to them. More recently, a drafting group was established, and I know the members of the drafting group put in a lot of time and really helped staff crispen up deemed cost and the document in general. So a thank you there as well. And a special thank you to board members who have all read this document over and over again. And I even had some discussions in the past few days. So a thank you again for reading the document one more time and helping staff really crispen it up and tighten it up. And I know in the collaborative time, I have a few more meetings scheduled with individual members to make sure it's all nice and tight and put together. And then for me personally, a special thanks to Mr. David Watkins, who's been with measurement since the beginning and has seen it through the ups and downs, but has really supported staff through thick and thin on this project. So thank you, David, for all your support on this.
Well, and I think thank you to staff for all the support that you've provided during the period. Yeah.
So with that, I'll move into the only agenda item that we have, and it's the approval of IPSAS 46 measurement. So the first step in due process is staff presents a revised content of the standard that was provided to members in agenda item 4.3.1. The second step is the program technical director advises whether due process has been followed effectively.
As noted in the paper, due process has been followed effectively.
Next, the IPSASB confirms whether it is satisfied due process has been followed effectively.
Are there any points any member wants to raise on due process? Okay, we're satisfied.
Step D, the IPSASB votes on approval for IPSAS 46 measurement, and staff recommends approval.
So, Ross, do you want to take us into the vote?
You got it.
Oh, Claudia.
I'm sorry. Didn't really understand when I just to make sure that I at least give it to the protocol. I have in the last week and the last days a small discussion with Dave regarding IPSAS 21. Did we make sure in the drafting and in the finalization of the standard that we make really clear that IPSAS 21 isn't affected by the new measurement standard, because we had it in the BCs explained, but if you go to the standards, it sometimes feel there could be some questions. So, and as far as understood Dave, he will make sure that it's in the final pronouncement, make clear that the fair value less cost to sell in IPSAS 21 isn't affected by the new measurement standard.
Ross, you can respond.
Yeah, thanks, Claudia. So we're planning to address that through the editorial process. We're also going to deal with that in the communications around measurement that we talk about phase 2 measurement has an element of looking at IPSAS 21 and looking at the new measurement guidance and if we need to update 21 for that. So that's on the work program in part of phase 2 now as well. So we're going to highlight that in our webinar and in the communication materials that we put out around the standard because of that point, and pick up your point on the editorials.
Thanks for that. Okay, so Lynn.
Can I just be clear then for the phase 2 project? In phase 2, if areas are identified that might require changes for any reason to the standard we're about to approve, and authoritative guidance in the standard we're about to approve, is that sort of part of, is that allowed under phase 2, if that makes sense? I just want to be clear that we are open-minded in phase 2, that if we come across something in what we're about to approve that might benefit from further refinement or change, that would be okay in phase 2. I just want to be clear on that.
Ross.
It's a good question, Lynn. The phase 2 scope of the project is about the application of COV across the standard. So the intention is not to redeliberate COV, but however, if we did come across a fatal flaw or some issue that didn't work, and we needed to make consequential amendments, I think like we always would do, we'd fix that. Standard setting is always iterative, but we won't be setting out with a goal of revising it. It's really about applying it. But yeah, I think, of course, if there is something that comes up, we would deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, this is precisely why we're doing phase 2, that we need to finalise this standard and then we can actually look across the suite, and that will involve actually applying what we have then in the context. So I think at this stage, we can't preface what we get into in phase 2. That's later on in the week that we will have the discussion after we've approved this standard. So, there is plenty of discussion around that. And yes, we do need to be very clear in communicating what we're intending to do with that phase 2. That will be important. Camira, point of clarification.
Thanks, Chair. In relation to phase 2, and perhaps just to offer some clarity, there was for this exposure draft, we received some comments that were asking us to clarify the difference in measurement techniques between the fair value measurement techniques and the current operational value measurement techniques, especially the difference between the cost approach under COV and the cost approach under fair value, and the same for the market approach, and also the difference between COV and the value in use. I know that this is something that we are not addressing in IPSAS 46. It is something that we will address in the communications that we will publish together with the approved standard, or how are we going to clarify those? Thanks.
So, Camira, on your very last point on the differences between value in use and COV, that will be part of phase 2. We'll talk more about this on Thursday, I think, when Augustine is coming up, about how we're packaging it all together. So that will be part of phase 2. With regards to the differences between the measurement techniques and how they apply to the measurement basis, that can absolutely be clarified in the guidance and the webinars that we put out. It should be clear in the standard, but we can absolutely highlight that in whatever material we support the guidance with.
Okay. So with that, Ross, take us into the approval process.
So we're going to ask for votes. So we're going to ask for a vote for first, where I'll ask everyone in the room to put your flag up if you're voting for. And then I can see we've got Lucy and Hervé Adrian online. So I'll check to see if they have their flags up. Then we'll move to any votes against, if any, and abstentions. So if you're voting for approval of measurement, please raise your flag and leave it up and let me count. I've got 16 in the room and I got 2 thumbs up online, which I'm going to assume is approval from Hervé Adrian and Lucy, and I'm getting head nods. So we've got 18 votes for. The IPSAS on measurement is approved.
Unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so then we move into the next step on the process.
The IPSASB considers whether a vote on re-exposure is necessary. Staff's view is there's been no substantive changes. We've presented this at the December and February meetings where we compared the documents. So staff's recommendation is that no re-exposure is necessary.
Okay. Any disagreement with that? Lynn?
So I don't disagree that, and so I'm not sitting here saying we should re-expose. I do think the reasons in the paper were different to what I was expecting, because I think by the removal of a measurement technique that we did expose on, we have arguably changed principles. However, I do think it's in the public interest to approve and not re-expose. So I wanted to be clear that whilst I'm happy with no re-exposure, I don't agree with the reasons put forward in the paper. I agree with it on the basis of it's in the public interest to finalise and issue a standard. I do think we have changed some of the principles we exposed on.
Ross?
Thanks, Lynn, and happy for that feedback and for us to capture in the minutes that specific point. From a staff perspective, I believe removing a measurement technique is not a substantial change. I'm happy if the board disagrees and wants to minute they do think it is, but for public interest reasons, doesn't believe a vote on re-exposure is necessary. But I would want to clarify that point and that members agree so that we minute it correctly in the minutes.
Thanks. And I'm assuming, Lynn, in terms of the standard, are you content in terms of what's in the basis for conclusions that highlights that?
So like I say, I'm content with the standard. I wasn't content when I read the paper as to the reasons put forward for not re-exposing.
Okay, thanks. Just wanted to clarify on that. Okay, so with that, I think we've decided that oh, sorry, Todd.
Thanks, Ian. I just wanted to support what Lynn was saying. I think we have to be careful in our communication around the point of change. So we might say it's not substantial from our perspective, but from other people's perspective that have commented, they may. So just be careful the way that we communicate externally around the change, I think would be the key point to capture in the minutes.
Thanks, Todd. Is that Hervé Adrian or is that Lucy? Sorry. Hervé Adrian, if you want to come in.
Just a few words. I also fully support Lynn's comments, and I was about to make the same about the reason for not re-exposing. I also support the fact that it's for public interest and I mean, considering cost benefit for non-re-exposure, I would support non-re-exposure. And indeed, I believe the argument of public interest has more merit and is less controversial, would be less controversial than putting ahead the argument of, okay, well, this is not, putting away a measurement technique is not substantial because, well, you always have discussions about it being substantial or not, whereas public interest is much stronger, I believe. So, and I think it is the real reason for not re-exposing.
Okay, thanks for that. So I think with that, we're clear that we're not going to re-expose, but we do need to be careful in the communication. Ross.
Thanks. So we'll note in the minutes that the board decided not to have a vote on re-exposure, and we'll work with you, Lynn, just to make sure we've got wording that captures your point that's been supported by Todd and Hervé Adrian as the basis for not having the vote.
Sorry, Patricia, I didn't see you.
Thank you. And I agree to no exposure, because I think you have to, the standard should be relevant and timeless. I think in this moment it's important to test the new measurement base, but I would like to ask to consider time in the work program to post review implementation. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Ross, do you want to pick that one up?
Yeah, thanks. And I completely agree with you on this, Patricia. And I think from a staff perspective, we have a strong view that as we start to work on the next strategy and work program that we'll be discussing later this week and hopefully finalizing the proposals for our September meeting, that the future balance of the IPSASB's work and strategy is going to need to be slightly different than the current in terms of work program. We've approved a number of new standards in the last couple of years, many very public sector specific. They're starting to be used, and we think we need space in the work program for post-implementation reviews, just general housekeeping as things get used and we clean things up. So from a staff perspective, that'll be a strongly pushed proposal in the strategy and work program. And I'm hoping there's support around the board as well. But I think based on your points, Patricia, you'd support it, but we will have that discussion, I believe, Thursday afternoon.
Yeah, thanks. I think that was a point that needed to be raised at some point in our deliberations today. So yeah, if members are okay with that, we'll pick that one up in the discussion around the strategy. But I think that's a strong likelihood we will need to reflect that. Okay. So with that, sorry. Okay. Yeah.
So the next step in due process is setting an effective date. Based on discussions we held in February with the board, staff recommends that the effective date for IPSAS 46 measurement is January 1st, 2025.
Obviously, we note your earlier comment, Claudia. Did you want to come back in again on that?
Yeah. I'm wondering if the effective date of 25 is in the public interest. We heard yesterday the presentation from Abdullah. How many assets has to be classified if you have a revaluation model for classifying if you use the assets in operational finally or financial asset, and then you have to split it, maybe some assets. And if you have done this exercise, then you have to use the new measurement standard to evaluate them. So I'm struggling if 1.5 years enough time for doing all this classification of the assets and then use the new measurement model. So I go for the first suggestion which we had in February for the 2026.
Thank you, Claudia. I'll take Camilla and then I'll go back to staff.
Thanks, Chair. I think also, although the prospective application of the standard will help also to be able to apply the standard early because it will be prospective, but still considering the translation issue. So I took a look for the availability of the translation into Spanish. For instance, IPSAS 43, IPSAS 44, they are still not available in Spanish. For IPSAS 41, it took more than 2.5 years for having the translation into Spanish. So I think we should offer at least 1 more year time to give more time, at least from the Latin American perspective, that they are also willing to implement IPSAS standards to give them the chance to analyze and to prepare for the implementation. Thanks.
Thomas, and then I'm going back to staff.
Yeah, that's obviously not kind of reflecting on the CAC's discussion, but just sharing my practical experience. I understand, Claudia, where you're coming from, but that would suggest that majority would use the current measurement model for PP&E or for assets, especially if they are used for their operational value. To my experience, that is not the case. Most assets are valued following the historical cost model. So I don't see that this is really a practical issue in the field.
So Dave, back to you on this. I mean, we did have this discussion at the check-in meeting, and I think there is always a tension with this, with the when the effective date should be. But I think this standard actually clarifies existing guidance rather than making major changes, and there are options rather than requirements, if you like. Dave.
Ian, you just said what I was going to say, so I don't have much to add. I don't have strong views. I think with IPSAS 46, to Ian's point, it consolidates guidance across IPSAS. The only new guidance that's being provided is on COV, and COV doesn't actually kick in until you start applying PP&E. So I don't think an early application of IPSAS 46 from an actual operational point of view is the challenge, because like I said, it's consolidated guidance across IPSAS.
I think it might be just helpful to get a show of hands on this one in terms of where members are, in terms of perhaps those that support 2025 and those that would advocate for 2026, and we'll see where we are. So perhaps if I could have hands raised who would support 2025 as the effective date.
I've got 10 in the room, 2 online supporting 2025.
Okay. So just for the record, could I have those that would support 2026 and those that would abstain on this one?
So I've got 4 in the room for 2026, and then I would assume the rest are abstentions.
Okay, so on that basis, we have a majority of board members in favour of 2025 as the effective date. So that will be the effective date for the standard.
And then the last piece of due process is the IPSASB issues basis for conclusions. Those were at the end of agenda item 4.3.1.
Okay with that? Okay, so with that, we have approved IPSAS 46. Well done, everyone. Thank you for the considerable amount of work. It's one of those moments where it's actually entirely appropriate that the first substantive discussion we had was 6 years ago here at the IMF in DC. We approved the consultation paper at the meeting we had 4 years ago in the World Bank, again in Washington, and now we approve the final standard here back at the IMF. So thank you, everyone. Well done. And we can now move on to the next item, but thank you very much, and a round of applause for everyone, I think. Okay, so we now move on then to item 5, which is the update of chapter 5 of the conceptual framework, which is our next approval. And just take a minute to allow John to come to the table.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. This is agenda item 5, the approval of the updated chapter 5 of the conceptual framework on elements. Now, at the recent February catch-up meeting, we looked at a draft of this, and there were some amendments that the board instructed at that meeting. They have been actioned and are shown in agenda item 5.3.2, and they come up in a different color to the other text. Okay. I've received some further editorials since this version of the chapter was issued, and I suggest that we look at those in detail during the refinement process, during the editorial process. So I suggest that we go straight into the approval paper, if that's okay.
And just to clarify on the editorial process, the check that is indeed just editorial is that in going through, and this is consistent whenever we operate this on finalizing a document, that process goes through, and Ross actually reviews the results of that to ensure that there is no substantive change to the document that the board has approved, that these are all just purely clarifications, and he makes an assertion to me as the board chair that there has been no change. If there were to be a substantive change proposed through that process, then that would need to come back to the board. So that's the check on the process, that there is, you know, these are genuinely editorial points, no substantive change. So just to clarify.
I should also note at this point that the conceptual framework is not an authoritative document. Therefore, there is no requirement that it goes through the formal approval process. However, we've decided that it is good practice for this document, given its significance to the board, to be treated as if it was a formal authoritative pronouncement. But just to clarify that at the outset. I'll then run through briefly, if okay, the approval paper 5.2.1. That is starting on page 6 of your agenda papers. So we're presenting the revised content of the chapter 5. It's not a full replacement. So it is not a completely rewritten chapter. And in that respect, it differs from chapter 7 measurement, which was approved in December. So that is why the changes are shown in strikeout, in single underlining where they're completely new text, or double underlining where it's a relocation of text. And that particularly applies to the guidance on liabilities, where we didn't change a huge amount of the context, but we modified the restructuring of the guidance so it better aligned with the components of the definition. The program and technical director advises whether due process has been followed effectively. I'll hand over to Rob.
I advise that due process has been effectively applied.
Okay. Just check whether there are any comments on that before we move on. Okay. So we're content that due process has been followed.
And we now come to the vote. So again, over to the chair and Ross.
Ross, take it into the process.
Similar to the last vote, I'm going to start with the fours. So those of you who vote for approval of the pronouncement, please raise your flag and leave it up. So I have 16 in the room and 2 online voting for. Leah's lifted the flags up to indicate that both Lucy and Hervé Adrian vote for, so it's approved.
Okay, so thank you everyone for that.
The next is to consider whether re-exposure is necessary. Certainly my view as the project lead is that there haven't been any changes substantial enough since the issuance of exposure draft 81 to require re-exposure. But again, if I could hand over to the chair and Ross on that issue.
Thanks, John. Abdullah, you wanted to come in? Oh, no. Okay, you just left the flag up. Okay. Any concerns in terms of re-exposure? Okay, so I think we're fine with that.
The next issue is an effective date. And that's discussed in paragraph F of the paper. And that notes that because the conceptual framework doesn't establish authoritative requirements for financial reporting, the 2014 framework, the original conceptual framework, didn't have an effective date. Now, our view is, again, that we don't need an effective date. So really, we're just looking for reassurance and a decision from you that it is appropriate for this non-authoritative document not to have a formal effective date. And in this respect, it clearly differs from measurement, which you've just discussed.
Thanks, John. Claudia.
I totally agree what John said, so I haven't a question to the effective date. I've just a question to the procedures, where in the documents he said you will be included already the new chapter in the 23 IPSAS board handbook. When we expect to have the handbook ready for 23, because assume the editorial process needs a little bit time and then to include it, so maybe it could be postponed, the handbook. So I'm not sure if it's the right way.
Ross, back on.
Thanks, Claudia. It's a good question. So we're working on the handbook right now, actually, and we're changing our production process slightly. So we're a little bit behind where we normally are. Actually, it will go in the 2024 handbook. So all pronouncements up to January 30th of the previous year go in the handbook. So it will go in 2024. We will republish the updated standard once we publish this, so people are aware of what it looks like, but it won't be integrated in the handbook until the 2024 handbook.
Thanks, Ross. So that last sentence in that section F on page 7 should read 2024 handbook. 2023 handbook is jumping the gun and an error. Okay.
Okay, thanks for that.
And the last point. Last point relates to basis for conclusions. Again, I have had some comments that certain aspects of the basis for conclusions could be clearer. So I'll be looking at those in the finalization process in combination with the drafting group. We haven't yet established the drafting group, but noting that the drafting group, there was a drafting group for chapter 7.
So it's editorial group, John. It's the finalization process.
Okay.
It's different.
Editorial group, I'm using the wrong term.
Okay, yeah. What are the points actually just to pick up on is, which we will be doing, is there is some confusion about the various different types of groups and what they do, and we will bring back a summary possibly at the check-in meeting or certainly in the June meeting, just so that we clarify exactly what's going on with the various different processes, but it is an editorial group as explained. So it's literally no checking that there are no substantive changes introduced into the document now that we have approved the updates to it.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Error of nomenclature.
Okay, so with that, we are through the approval of the updated chapter of the conceptual framework. So I think at that point, as we've got coffee at the back of the room, I think we will take a break. We will break until 11:15 DC time. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
And thank you, John, for the work on this. Okay, everyone, if we can come back. I think everybody's sort of picked up the fact the chair's back at the front, so therefore it's time, and David's ushering people. So we don't have a bell, unfortunately, for this time round, but and just a reminder in terms of the next session, we will interrupt it probably around about 11:30 when Vitor Gaspar will be here. Just so that we can formally hand over the plaque that we always give to as an appreciation to our hosts for each of the meetings. Okay, so I think with that, we move into transfer expenses, and Edwin, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. So before I get into the actual technical content, I just want to take this opportunity to thank the drafting group. We've been working very closely with the group since December of 2020 on the comments to the exposure drafts, and we've pretty much had at least one meeting per quarter. So I just want to extend a big thank you and make sure that you know that your efforts are very well appreciated by staff. So the way we're going to cover transfer expenses, we're going to talk about approval first. So agenda item 6.2.1. When we get to item E on this slide, so considering the need for re-exposure, we're going to jump to agenda item 6.2.2. And then after that discussion, we're going to pivot back to the finalization of the approval process. So I guess without further ado, I'm just going to go through the bullets on this slide. So in terms of the revised content that is being approved now at this meeting, that is attached in agenda item 6.3.1. So that's where you can find the final draft of the transfer expenses standard. The next step is the program and technical director advises whether due process has been followed.
I advise the due process has been followed.
Okay. Next step, the IPSASB confirms whether it is satisfied that due process has been followed effectively.
Okay, any comments? Okay, so I think we're satisfied in terms of due process.
Okay, so the next step is voting on the approval of IPSAS 48 transfer expenses.
Russ, so take us through the process.
So similar to the first two votes, those who vote for, please raise your flags and leave them up, including those online. And I'm seeing 16 flags in the room and 2 online, so that's 18 votes. Oh, sorry, I'm seeing 15 flags in the room and 2 online.
Okay. And then
so because we've got 1 vote, so looking for everyone can put their flags down. So that's 17 votes for. So is there a vote against or an abstention?
So Jonah, can I just confirm what your vote was or whether you abstained for? Okay, good. So that's unanimous approval in terms of the standard.
Okay, so the next step is to consider the need for re-exposure and whether a vote is necessary. So for that, we're going to move to agenda item 6.2.2. So in this paper, we have went through the due process document and we have essentially summarized it for the board. And we just want to highlight that re-exposure or the consideration of re-exposure is really 2 steps. The first is really voting on or considering whether there has been a substantial change. And if the IPSASB concludes that a vote is necessary, then the IPSASB votes, and a re-exposure requirement is for 2/3 of the IPSASB to vote in favor. And in the event that we do vote for re-exposure, there will need to be a basis for re-exposure recorded in the minutes to the meeting. So the first step in our analysis is really considering the need for re-exposure. And for that, we looked at how the final standard has changed from ED 72. And I'm not going to go through every single point on this table, but the underlying concept and the substance of the final standard did not actually change that much from the exposure draft. If you think about what the exposure draft was trying to do, it was all about transfers and whether the transfer resulted in the recognition of an asset or an expense. And that's where the final standard is today. Really, the outcomes are not expected to be that different. And really, the final standard is really giving us a separate mechanism to get to the final outcome. But in terms of the drafting of the standards, staff do admit that there has been quite a few changes. And we just want to point out that all of these changes were, in fact, in response to constituent comments. So as you can see on the table, a lot of the changes were really changing the perspective of the accounting and also simplifying the accounting and disclosure requirements. And all of these were driven by comments that we have received to ED 72. So looking beyond the changes, the next step, we considered the public interest implications of re-exposure. And as Ross pointed out this morning, this project really started almost, 8 years ago, actually, in March 2015. And we have had a lot of opportunities for constituents to comment and provide us with their feedback. So we have had input into the project brief. We've had a consultation paper where we got a lot of responses for both revenue and transfer expenses. And then we've also had the 3 EDs that came out in 2020, and there were many comments for all 3 of the exposure drafts. So in addition to that, we also had task force involvement throughout the process. And we've also had roundtables in 2019 where we had informal feedback from constituents. And finally, since 2020, we've had drafting group involvement, and the drafting group included key constituents such as the UN systems and also the European Commission. So in terms of the benefits of re-exposure, the staff's view is that there won't really be any. And I say that because we've already had so many opportunities for constituents to comment. And the final transfer expenses standard right now is based on concepts and principles that are so fundamentally tied to the conceptual framework and the definition of an asset that from a technical perspective, we don't really expect any constituent to really disagree with our proposed approach, because if they were to do so, they would essentially be asking us to reopen our conceptual framework. But in terms of the cost of re-exposure, we've heard that from constituents that we just want to get this project final and done with so that we do fill in a gap in the IPSAS literature. And really, re-exposure will just delay this implementation process. So on balance, the staff's recommendation is that we do not re-expose. And as I said, while there were substantial drafting changes, most of these were to address constituents' feedback. And also, if you look at the underlying substance of the standard, there really hasn't been that much that changed. And also from a public interest perspective, the expected costs of re-exposure are definitely way higher than any potential benefits. Turn that over to the board.
Okay, so thank you very much for the scene setting there, Edwin. And I know this is an important issue because it's the first time that we've reached this sort of point following the documentation of our due process alongside the establishment of the Public Interest Committee. And I know that, you know, I mean, it is a matter of individual judgment and I know that different members have different views. And so what we need to do is make sure that everybody has the opportunity to express their views before we actually arrive at a decision, you know, and that may well include the need for voting. We don't have to, but if there are a number of members that want to go, that wants to do that, then we will need to do that. In terms of just sort of structuring the process a little bit in terms of input of comments, I thought what we might do is actually just take a round of input from those that have been closest to this final phase of the development of the standard. So to take views from the drafting group members first, and then to broaden it out to other board members. So if perhaps I could ask those who've been part of the drafting group if they have any comments or thoughts at this stage that they'd like to put into the discussion, and then I'll open up more broadly. Okay, so if I can go to drafting group first. And Andrew, I know you have your flag up, but I want to just so perhaps first, if I could go to Joanna Clark, and Joanna, perhaps you can introduce yourself in terms of your role in the UN system and what you've been doing.
Thank you so much, Ian. I'm Johanna Clark. I'm the Chief of Financial Reporting for UNICEF, and I'm the Chair of UN IPSAS Task Force on Revenue Recognition and Transfer Expenses. So in the drafting group, I represented the UN system entities, and that's the role I'm here today as well. Whilst I'm representing the UN system entities, I think it's important to highlight that there is no such thing as one UN entity that consolidates all of us. We're set up by the General Assembly, and there's about 26 separate UN organizations as a part of the task force, with our own ERP system, our own accounting policies, our own auditors, and our own interpretations of the standards. We do look to harmonize, and that's the role of the task force, but as a task force, we don't have authority to mandate a certain accounting, and no one entity can impose another entity in the UN system to apply the standards. And as you can imagine, in a group that wide, there's a variety of opinions and views on how the standards that the IPSAS board issues should be accounted for. And consensus is not something we often see, but in this topic of free exposure, and both of the transfer expenses and the revenue standard, we are actually unanimous, which doesn't happen very often. So thank you for that. We appreciate you getting us into an agreement. But first of all, I would like to thank Ian and the staff and the board members for consulting with us throughout the 8-year process of getting us into this position into various different mechanisms. Now, coming into the re-exposure, the standard for expenses plugs a cap in the existing IPSAS literature that is applicable to the UN system organizations. For example, for UNICEF, my entity, the two largest classes of expense categories would fall into the scope of this standard. And at the moment, we've been applying IPSAS for 11 years, and we haven't had a standard to apply. The exposure draft was focusing on performance obligation, and now it's revised to binding arrangement. It simplifies the issues, the principles, and makes it easy for us to apply. And it has addressed the concerns that we raised through the formal consultation and commented to you previously. We also welcome the addition of illustrative guidance and illustrative examples in the standard. While the re-exposure would open further opportunity for us to provide comments, there is no such comments expected to come from any of the entities. So we would be commenting on tweaking of a wording, if anything at all. And given the gap in the literature, we would be very keen for have that gap closed and be able to have a common position to apply that is supported by accounting standards. Therefore, it's our view that the expansive standard would be welcome if it was issued and finalized today rather than re-exposed, leaving that gap open for a few years for us to have different interpretation on how these expenses are accounted for. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna, and thank you to you in particular and colleagues at UN System for the time that you've taken to engage with us. That's, I think, been a very constructive process on both sides. Are there any? Oh, okay. I understand we've got Nicole Smith from the. Oh, it's Lars. Okay. Lars, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So my name is Lars Rubeck. I'm Deputy Head of Unit in the Accounting Unit of the European Commission. And I'm speaking today on behalf of Nicole Smith, the Director, who was a member in the drafting group. First of all, I would like to highlight that the transfer expenses standard is not any standard for us. It's in fact one of the most important standards the European Commission will ever apply. This is because we have a transfer budget. Our operational activities are very much based on transfers. And just to illustrate the 2021 EU annual accounts, they included a pre-financing asset, which is in substance what will be a transfer right asset under the new standard of over 90 billion euros. So that amount will increase in the future. So it's really important for us, and that was always our main concern, that the asset question is resolved, which the new model does. So we are very much looking forward to apply the new standard, which closes an important gap in the IPSAS suite, and a gap which was extremely relevant for us. So given the importance of the new standard, we were very much appreciated the opportunity to join the drafting group as an external member together with the colleagues from the UN. And participating in this drafting group ensured that we could channel in our specific perspective and raise concerns where we had the impression that some of our fact patterns could be better reflected in the standard. We also had numerous bilateral sessions with the IPSASB staff to explore our specific cases as well. And that was in the exposure draft phase, 2 joint workshops with the IPSASB staff, the UN and the African Union, which was very, very helpful to understand the thinking behind it and develop our arguments. So I think we can say that given our participation in the drafting group and the numerous exchanges, all our major issues are already addressed now. So coming from there, we think re-exposure is not required from our perspective. And we also would not see any new insights that could be gained given the broad discussions which have already taken place, and also the strong link to the asset definition, where we wouldn't know what change could come out of such a procedure, such a re-exposure. And if there would be any emerging issues coming up, we think that could be dealt with as part of the post-implementation review or the annual improvements project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lars. So are there any other comments from board members who've been part of the drafting group? Is that Lucy? Okay, well, I think given I'm not getting other flags up from the drafting group members, I think what I will do then is start to take broader comments. So if I can go to Andrew first, and then I'll take the Adrienne, and then go round the board table from the members in the room. Okay, so Andrew.
Thanks. I think when I look at the changes that we've got to the standard, I think if, reading the due process handbook, there, in my mind at least, have been a substantial change to the substance of the standard, moving from the public sector obligation approach to the right-based approach that we are following. I think in terms of the due process handbook, at least my reading of that does require us to look at re-exposure and potentially vote for re-exposure. I cannot, based on my reading, find a cost versus benefit or a public interest override perspective in the due process handbook. So while I have sympathy to the arguments, I think in terms of our current due process handbook, that's simply not there at the moment. I think, the tools that we do have there is to shorten potentially the re-exposure or the comment period, given the important status of the projects and where we are at the moment, and possibly also the feedback that we're expecting to get. But I think, this is an important standard for the public sector. It's also a very public sector specific standard. And I think that because of that, it's important that we get this right. and that we follow the due process in this procedure. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. So if Hervé Adrienne is ready, then we'll go to Hervé Adrienne, and then I'm going to go round the board table. Okay.
Thank you. Is it my turn?
Yeah, go ahead, Hervé Adrienne.
Okay, thank you. Well, just a comment and the expression of a deep satisfaction that we reached that final phase of approving this IPSAS 48. As you know, I have spent 15 plus years auditing the international organizations, namely in the United Nations system and coordinated agencies. And not only as a board member, IPSAS board member, I am very happy that we reached that stage, but also as an auditor, because as was said in the first place, accountants, auditors, managers, I mean, all users of the standards on transfer expenses have eagerly been waiting for the finalization of this standard. So I'm very happy today that we reach that conclusion. I would say many of my colleagues in the auditing business, and especially in the international organizations auditing business, have been waiting very long and asking me as an IPSAS board member, hey, when are you going to finalize the approval of an IPSAS 48 or of the transfer expenses standard? Now is the day, and I'm very happy to say it.
Thanks, Hervé Adrienne, and very nice picture of Notre Dame in the background. Pretty far, unfortunately. Okay, so if we just go round the board table, I just want to collect comments. Noyati, if I go to you first, and then Scott, and then Abdullah.
Thank you. Actually, we do understand and aware of the justification given by the draft by the staff of the not to re-exposure, but the thing is, we found out that even the analysis given by the staff also said that it's a substantial changes from the EDs to the IPSAS, this IPSAS. So we of the view that it is supposed to re-expose it, but then there is a cost benefit on it, and then I don't know what's the the cost benefit about this, because as a public sector, especially for our entities, the government entities, we do have a lot of transfers expenses to other entities as well. But I hope that it's supposed to be re-exposed, because we have to give the differences to the users or the constituent as to what to move forward on this IPSAS, and if we agree on not re-expose this draft, should we have a very good communication with the users of the differences arise from the draft compared to the ED exposed before. Thank you.
Thank you, Noyati. So Scott, then Abdullah.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. I want to reach out and thank the staff. I didn't know what I thought until I got the briefing paper. So Edwin, thank you very much for putting the paper. I think you gave a balanced perspective at each other and helped us be able to do that. I will go on one comment you made about the outcome. Okay, there's different ways to get there, but I think we did telegraph from the beginning where we were going, and I think we ended up where we were going to go. And so I would not vote for not re-exposing it. We have a 2.5 year implementation period. In all my years of setting standards, I find out people really don't give you good feedback until they start implementing it. And I think we need to get an implementation. And I think as a board, we need to be open to feedback we get during. You mentioned earlier about implementation guidance, but I think we're only going to know how this works once people start doing it. And I would strongly encourage us to move forward and use the 2.5 years to be able to make any adjustments as appropriate. But I don't think all we'll do is spend time. We'll waste board time, and we won't move forward on another agenda item. So I strongly encourage us to move forward.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Abdullah, to you, and then I'll go to Mike after that.
Thank you, Chair. And I will start with one of the presentation of the PIC. The pillars of the activities, oversight activities, was referring to relevant and timely standards. And this project has been there for 8 years or more than that. And there is a gap. We have to admit there is a gap in the public sector. And even when we started our project back in 2017, one of the first gaps that we highlighted was transfer expenses was not there. So that is first to cover. Second, coming to the due process, all the changes being highlighted in here, and I didn't see any change that has not been addressing the constituents' comments. It's already coming from the comments that they're raising, and I like the appendices. That is, thank you, Edwin, for the document. It was very well articulated and highlighted, even where we're coming from, the binding agreement or from the recognition to be based on the transfer providers, right? I thought that was right. That was something that was not right when we had originally had the exposure draft, but to respond to the comment that we are receiving. So from that perspective, I would strongly encourage us to not go with re-exposure. The last comment that I would make, that I try to reach out to some of the leaders within my country and in other jurisdictions and asking them if there is a standard and there is an option for re-exposure, would you adopt it, implement it? The answer was no, from 5 different jurisdictions. Why? There is an investment in the processes, change management, training in the ERB solutions. So that comes with cost. They wouldn't go right away with something that might instigate some change within a couple of years. So they are saying if there is a exposure option, I would wait. If they waited and everybody waited, then we wouldn't have any lesson learned from the implementation issues. And there is always a chance to have the amendments. But looking into it, the model is simple, and I would strongly encourage us not to re-expose. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. Mike, then Renee.
So thank you, Chair. So my experience from auditing international organizations since many years is exactly in line what you, Joanna, and Lars told us, and it goes in the direction what Abi mentioned as well. So my personal opinion is that those standards should become effective as soon as possible, or meaning other words, that we give organizations the possibility to apply them as soon as possible. So that's the first comment. And the second comment is on the process. I acknowledge the substantive changes and the analysis of staff. And against that background, I would personally prefer that we as a board would vote on that, so that we can make clear even to the outside that we have that decision-making power, let's say, and decide on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Renee, then Liang, then Todd.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So like Scott, I came into this meeting not having necessarily.
Could you pull the mic a bit closer?
Yes. Yep. Okay. So like Scott, I came into this meeting not being sure of what my view would be. I find that the agenda item paper really was helpful to help guide my thinking process. I take the point that the criteria in our due process is about substantial changes. I find the word substantial has not really been defined very clearly in our due process. Maybe that's an issue we want to reconsider at a later date. So it can be very judgmental how we interpret what substantial mean. So as I was going through the paper, the view I formed is that I agree that the original objective and essence of the project have been maintained in terms of the timing of recognition of a transfer expense linked to the definition of an asset in our conceptual framework. And I think it's in the way we implemented this that we made some changes, and those changes were driven by feedback received. Again, in terms of a substantial change, one could argue that if we are addressing the overwhelming feedback we receive from constituents, is it substantial? So based on this, I feel comfortable that the changes made are not necessarily substantial as intended in our due process. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. So go to Liang and then Todd and Kamira.
Thanks, Chair. Actually, I'm quite struggling on this. And my first comment is that because the relationship between the revenue standard and the transfer expense standard, so my first comment is that we should consider these two standards together and have a consistent approach for both of them. If we look at my second comment is about the standard on transfer expense itself. If we look at this standard individually, actually, I also feel that the change may be substantial. As staff analyzed in the paper, actually, the point of view, we look at the transaction, the point of view actually changed. We from the other party to the reporting entity itself, based on the final pronouncement at this moment. So I think it should be a big change. But if we look at the underlying technical rationale, actually, I think it is a reasonable change, or it is just focus on our normal thinking. When we look at the transaction, we should focus on what the reporting entity look at the transaction. So if we look at in this way, actually, we could say we just follow the normal technical logical, and also based on the framework and as staff just presented, actually, we based on what's the definition of assets. And actually, the key principle of the standard is just we classify the transaction into whether we should record it expensive or whether we should record an asset. So actually, the principle is not very comprehensive. And I also think that this standard is an important standard because before that, actually, even in the set of IPSASB standard, we have no standard about how to record the expense. We only discuss about the revenue. So I should say this is important standard, and we also fill in the gap and also introduce a reasonable, or I should say good technical rationale to formalize all of this principle. In summary, I would say from this standard itself, I would say I think it is a good standard, or say it is that it should have provided good guideline to the practice that the entity could apply it in practice, and to resolve the accounting problem. Actually, I at this time, there is no standard specified on this. So from this point of view, I agree that we should issue this standard as soon as possible so that people can apply, have some time to implement and to have a relatively early day to apply this standard in practice. But having said that, I still think that we should put these two standards, the revenue standard and the transfer expense standard together. So maybe my suggestion is we just defer the decision after we have gone through the process for revenue standard, and then we can look back to this standard and to decide whether we should re-expose both of them together or we just move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. I mean, on that point about whether you consider the two together or not, I think the reason why we've gone this way round, which you might regard as illogical in terms of the numbering, proposed numbering being IPSAS 47 for revenue, IPSAS 48 transfer expenses, was that, if you like, the arguments appeared more stark on this standard compared with revenue, and therefore actually, given that, as you've very well explained, actually there are a number of competing things to factor in, that it was actually, it made more sense to actually have the discussion in the context of this standard. So that's really why we're having the discussion now. And I think it wouldn't help us as a board to actually blur the decision by trying to take the two standards together, because there isn't, you know, so from that point of view, that's why we've tried to focus the debate for this standard, and I'd like to keep it that way, because I think we're getting the arguments out in the discussion, and then we will need to take a view as a board. Todd, then Camilla, then Lynn, and then Thomas.
Thanks, Ian. Before this meeting, before we got papers for this meeting, I think it might have been as a member of the drafting group, I just got asked for an indication of where I sat on this at that point in time. And at that time, with the thought of the amount of change that had been made to transfer expenses, I was leaning towards re-exposure. I think, having got the papers and reflected, I am more persuaded not to re-expose. And I think a lot of the things that have been said around the table, I'm sort of aligned with. So the things that are on the overhead, I agree with substantial change. I agree that that was done in response to feedback. And I think what we've done in terms of those changes is simplify the model. And I think we heard overwhelmingly that we had a very complicated model with what we exposed. And I agree that we've pretty much landed from an accounting perspective in a similar space with those changes, but we're getting there in a simpler way. I also agree, with the public interest, that we're not likely to hear a lot from constituents if we re-expose this. But one of the comments, and I think it came up as I was preparing for this meeting and connecting in with a number of people across Australasia, and I think it was a comment that Scott made as well, until someone actually has to roll up their sleeves and work through the process of applying something, you don't really get to the heart of the issues that might be there if there are issues with the implementation of the standard. And so I am persuaded to get the standard out and be open if, as people are implementing it, there are some thorny issues that come up. Let's be open to hear what those issues are, and if need be, reopen and make some changes to the standard if we think they are significant enough. I don't think we'll be in that space, and I don't think we would hear that if we re-exposed it, but we just need to be open to it, I think, because I don't know. So yeah, I think, as I say, where I'm at on this is that I don't think we need to re-expose at this point in time.
Thanks, Todd. So then to Camira, Lynn, Nima, and Thomas.
Thanks, Chair. And this has been a very interesting discussion for me. I also have like not a clear opinion right now to which direction to go. But if I put myself in the position of the constituents around the world, they had this 3 exposure draft in February 2020. And since then, they did not have an official communication from the IPSASB about all the important decisions that have been made in the last years. So then, assuming that we approve these standards now and we just publish them in their final version. So what could be the worst case scenario? That maybe there might be countries or that they already commented on the first exposure draft and they say, wow, this is totally different to what we read in February 2020. And now we have not a chance to comment or anything. But I also agree on the time, also that is very time demanding for the IPSASB staff, also for the constituents to go through again another draft and then comment on it. And then you say, well, what will be the benefits of it? Perhaps we can identify in the comments if we give them, I don't know, a minimum time of 2 months for comments, that we identify something that we did not discuss before that could be an option, but perhaps not. So, and what we did is just delay again the exposure, so the publication of the standards. So in the case the IPSASB decides to approve without exposure, will there be, because I have hearing from several board members that okay, there might, when the preparers are with the new standards and they need to implement them, at that point they might raise issues like, okay, how do we do that? This is not feasible. So the question is, okay, if we do that, we should make sure that IPSASB has established some communication channels so to receive that feedback. Will we have perhaps, I don't know, pilot entities? I don't know if the UN or the European Commission as early adopters could inform us back on what are the results of the implementation, or how could perhaps with outreach events also to help people understand what has changed, and also to establish, I don't know, an email address or like a central email address where the entities can say, okay, we are identifying this challenge. How can we address that? And how will we react as a board towards those changes? Will we wait until a post-implementation, or will we be able to include those amendments before the effective date of the standards? So I think we need to make our mind clear on that, so to decide. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Camira. I think at this point, I know Vitor's just arrived, so what we will do is we'll take a pause. What I might do is just ask staff to come back on some of those points that Camira has just raised before we carry on round the board table. And I know Lucy wants to come in as well, so I'll carry on round and I'll come to you at the end, Thomas, if that's okay. With that, we welcome Vitor Gaspar, who's the head of the Fiscal Affairs Department. So Vitor. Yeah, so Vitor is our Fiscal Affairs Department are our formal hosts here this week, and it's a great pleasure to finally be here. This is actually a meeting that's been rolled over. Originally, it was planned for 2021, so it's been rolled over to 2022 and then 2023. So it's a great pleasure just to, finally be here. And Vitor, just over to you briefly.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure for the IMF in general and the Fiscal Affairs Department in particular to host the International Public Accounting Standards Board. And we recognize the importance of your work at this point in time. Good accounting standards and transparency are more important than ever. Yesterday, we were hosting another workshop to signal the update of our public sector balance sheet database, which we believe is a very important accounting type tool to contribute to transparency in public account and help the analysis of public debt sustainability and sustainability of public finances. But anyway, the world is a very exciting place right now with inflation at very high levels and some turbulence in financial institutions and financial markets. And actually that was one of the reasons why it was not possible for me to be longer with you this time. But just to conclude, I am very happy that the pandemic is no longer preventing us from getting together. And it's a pleasure for the IMF and FAD to have the opportunity to host your important work. And I wish you the best success answering the important questions that you have in your agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vitor, and just once again to extend our appreciation for the support that we've had in terms of running the meeting, but I think also in terms of the very strong relationship that IPSASB has had with the IMF over a number of years. We really do appreciate that. And I think yesterday's event on the use of balance sheets for fiscal policy was an excellent example of that. I know so many of the board members and technical advisors extended their appreciation for that day. And I think it really showed us the context of our work and how important that is and how that can be used. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so with that, we return to the discussions. And Ross, I don't know whether you want to just make a few comments in response to the points that Camira raised, and then we'll carry on round in terms of member comments.
Yeah, so maybe just a few general comments in terms of the view on whether we re-expose or not. I think the staff views are in the paper, and the merits in our interpretation of the board's requirements and consideration of due process. So appreciate hearing all the members' views and getting that feedback. I think that's an important part of the process. And ultimately, after we've heard from everyone, it'll be up to the board to decide whether they want to have the vote on re-exposure and ultimately whether we have 12 votes required for re-exposure. And I think that's a matter of process. And staff's happy with wherever we land. We support the board and the board's decision-making and where we go from there. On Camira's points, and I think some others have made similar points about how we monitor the implementation of the standard and make changes going forward as the experience by the implementers identifies potential issues. I alluded to this comment in the technical director's report update this morning that I think the next strategy and work program is going to need space in the agenda for implementation monitoring, housekeeping, post-implementation reviews, all areas where we haven't spent a lot of time in our standard setting process previously, because we're still filling the gaps. Just like with IPSAS 48 on transfer expenses, we're actually still filling gaps. But we're moving out of that period, and that's going to have to become part of our standard setting process going forward. So as per the staff paper, I think, the public interest is probably best served getting this standard complete and issued so people can start thinking about how they'll implement it and flagging any issues. I don't really have much more to say than that.
Thanks, Ross. And I mean, I think it's a balance that we have to strike, because in terms of communication, what we don't want to do is sort of, if you like, undermine the fact that we have actually approved the final version of the standard. So if we did a public vote not to re-expose, then it'd be important not to undermine the new standard. But equally, I think we can certainly communicate the fact that, probably consistent with what Ross has said, that we're open for comments and feedback as people start to use it in practice, and that would, if we start to implement a more formal process for collecting that feedback from stakeholders, then that allows us real time to spot if there are any issues emerging that would need sort of fixing. And we know that, for example, ISB had that issue. They've made some changes, some refinements to leasing, but I think we could certainly communicate that we're open to feedback as people start to implement. And we do have mechanisms for addressing those points, as people have said, in terms of annual improvements and so on. Maybe at this point, what I might do then is carry on the round of go to Lynn, then to Nima, and I think Lucy wants to come in. So Ovie Adrian is wanting a second bite. I will go to Thomas first before I then go back to Ovie Adrian. So Lynn, to you at this point.
Thanks, Ian. So what goes through my mind, both when I read the paper, but also listening to all of the comments here today. Firstly, I guess we set ourselves out a due process. So when I hear Andrew talk, it niggles me that if we've set out a due process, if we're not following that, then that sort of bothers me a bit. Have we got the right due process? Then immediately comes into my mind, because actually what I also hear is there is a degree of public interest that says to issue and approve this standard. And so there's a piece for me about, do we need to understand when we have this public interest overlay, how we use that, what the tests are for that. And I guess both for the measurement standard and for this, from a personal perspective, I guess I find myself always swayed by people saying we need the standard because we need to get on and implement it. I remember Abdullah speaking about measurement in that way, and that persuaded me in terms of my own personal decision about approving or not the measurement standard. We've heard from stakeholders today, particularly the UN and the European Commission, saying similar things to us around transfer expenses. And so I do feel I have a sort of an evidence base that says I could be persuaded by it's in the public interest to issue and approve a standard. I do think, though, we need to have a bit more coherency around what that means, because in one level we're hearing we need the standard, we need to get on and implement it, and yet on this one we're leaving a huge amount of time before the implementation date. So that sort of urgency for a standard now I'm not finding is matched by the proposed implementation date, and that could then sway me into the, well, if we're not going to implement it for that period of time, why wouldn't we have a short re-exposure to make sure there's no fatal flaws at this point? So I'm not sure we've got the complete coherency. in that point, which then sort of got me thinking about, well, what is a re-exposure? Have we only got one tool for exposing in terms of time period or the nature of an exposure? Are we flexible enough? Do we just do could we just look at an option of saying, you've got between now and our June meeting to identify any fatal flaws, otherwise we're approving in June. You know, what does an exposure look like? And are we flexible enough in that, or do we have in our minds just one size fits all on exposure? I don't think we should have. On this particular one, I guess I still find myself persuaded by the sort of public interest arguments, but I do find myself bothered about, is that really part of the due process? Are we coherent in terms of that with an implementation date? And going forwards, are we clear enough in terms of, well, what would our options be if we did want to re-exposure? How short could we make that? How fatal flaw only could we make that? And understanding that a bit better, I think, would help. My final point is we heard from a number of interventions references to post-implementation reviews, to annual improvement projects. And again, I think it would be helpful if we are proposing, or if staff are saying to us, we don't think we should re-expose, but don't worry, there might be other processes. Perhaps we should be a bit more formal about how we're going to capture that in the decision that we're making now. So what will be the sort of check-in points for implementation, and when will those occur? And if we understood that better, it might also help our decision about what risk am I taking if I approve now without re-exposure. So I think there could be an argument that says, let's take the learning from some of the things we're grappling with, both in terms of approving measurement and approving transfer expenses, to perhaps think about the papers that come to the board when we're saying we're not going to re-expose, to actually, what are we committing to then? Because previously on things like the improvement projects, we've tended to follow the IASB. You know, are we clear what our own rules are on improvement projects? Are we clear what our own rules are going to be on post-implementation reviews? I think it would help us to understand that better when we're approving final pronouncements. So I think there's lots of learning. I guess my summary is there's lots of learning from this for me, I think, in terms of what we're being presented with. On balance, I am persuaded by the public interest arguments in this particular instance, but I do think we ought to learn how we set out what the tools are available to us if we did want re-exposure, and what we are committing to in terms of both a coherency on implementation date and what happens in terms of improvements.
Thanks, Lynn. I mean, I think you're entirely right, because this is the first time that we've met this, and it's you know, even in terms of putting the papers together, there's been quite a lot of discussion and debate about how that should actually, you know, be approached, and I know the staff at my request have actually talked to colleagues in other boards supported by IFAC on this. Just one clarification on annual improvements, and I'll go to Ross for any further comments, is annual improvements, although we tend to use those to pick up changes to IFRSs, that process is also there for our own literature for issues that occur in the application that are picked up, and we have used it in that way in the past, and we can use it in that way going forward into the future. So it's that tool is absolutely open to us already, but I think you're right on the actually just reflecting on the learning points from the discussion and debate and the points that members have raised. Sorry, Lynn, back to you, and then I'll go to Ross.
Yeah, I just think it would be helpful to understand the commitment that's being made on a particular project to picking it up in annual improvements. That's the point I'm making. So whilst we have this general annual improvements, we can pick up what we like. I think points when we're approving standards, we might actually want to make a more firmer commitment on a particular standard if we are not re-exposing, that we will commit to specifically putting it for consideration in improvements.
Yeah, and thanks, Lynn. I think all your points are, well made and helpful, and we'll take them away. Think about them. Just to echo on that, and very much when we do hear from constituents on problems with the standards, we have put those through annual improvements. We'll always consider anything we've heard in the annual improvements process every time we do it, whether it's ISB changes or IPSAS changes. And, we've had several national standard setters who've worked with us over the years and flagged things they wanted looked at, and we've looked at those and addressed them in the past. And same with any new guidance we put out. If we do hear anything, they'll go through annual improvements. I can commit to that, unless they're too big that they're not appropriate for annual improvements. And I don't see anything on the radar on that right now. But just one point on due process, just to be clear, there's due process is meant to be gray so that the board has this type of discussion around re-exposure. So there's not meant to be black lines in due process that says the board will re-expose under these circumstances or not in another. And if you read it and really look at the nuance of due process, what it's saying is you'll consider the need for re-exposure. And if you think there's a need, you'll have a vote. So that's exactly what we're doing today. So I don't think there should be any concern that due process isn't being followed, whether the board decides to re-expose or not, because the process we're going through now of people sharing their views, having the debate, and likely having the vote is what due process requires. And that is fulfilling due process by going through that. Whether or not we re-expose or not, I'm confident that the board is following its own due process in this matter. There are some items flagged that we will look at when we update due process in the future. So, points taken. But I just didn't want board members feeling that if we end up today not re-exposing, that we haven't followed our own due process, because we certainly are following it.
The one point that has come up already today, and this clearly accentuates the need for post-implementation reviews, and for us to be clear as a board on how we would approach that and take that forward. And clearly that's a discussion that we're going to have later on in the week in terms of what might go in the strategy and work program that we develop in draft form for 24 to 28. And I guess in sort of moving into that, there probably is a fairly strong likelihood that we would want to include post-implementation reviews as a tool that we haven't used before. And really it's just actually that probably is better as a discussion in the context of the strategy. Although, just anecdotally, nobody that I've spoken to would necessarily oppose that, but I don't think that's necessarily the time, because there are other projects in the queue that you might say you want, in the post-implementation review program if we have it. So I think if we can take that discussion later in the week and then ask staff to begin to think about how we might do that, if that's the board's desire at that stage. If I can then carry on taking a round of first comments. I know there are people that want to come in on a second comment, but I'm conscious Nima hasn't had a chance to come in as a board member. Then I've got Lucy, and I've also got Mari, and then I will go to Thomas.
Thank you very much, Ian. I think our comment when we looked at this one was on the word substantial change, and perhaps you were wondering whether the changes which we were talking about were substantial. We concluded at the end that probably no need for re-exposure, but when we look at the due process and the three examples of the substantial changes which were given, the first one was whether the matter was not aired in the exposure draft and the commentators have not had the opportunity to make the views known. Now in this one, we said the commentators have made their views known before the final conclusion, and as a result, it does not become a substantial change. And even the second one, that the matter has not been previously deliberated by the board, when we looked at the area of changes, most of these areas were discussed before by the board, from performance obligation to binding arrangement, retrospective or prospective, all these areas were there. And the third item, the substantial change to the substance of the proposed standard. I don't know whether we'll say that, yes, there are substantial changes, but really these were the changes which were there to make it more simple. So our conclusion was that, yes, there are changes, but we do not feel that those changes were substantial to warrant the exposure. And as a result, our question was on A, when we are saying that there are substantive changes, and we're saying there are changes, but we don't think there are substantive changes. Thank you.
Thanks, Nima. So I'll go to Lucy next, and then to Mari on that first round of comments.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Lucy.
Okay, thank you. Actually, like other members have said, I was struggling also whether to agree on no exposure or re-exposure or to re-expose. However, when I went over the agenda papers 6.2.2, specifically Appendix A presented. Thank you to the staff for making that, because it really made me change my mind or decide on what to recommend now. I actually concur in the view of the staff that it may not be necessary to re-expose the draft IPSAS 48, and I support the justification presented in the agenda papers. While the changes are marked as substantial compared to the ED exposed in 2020, I think the changes were made mostly to simplify the requirements to address our constituents' concerns. And of course, we note that this project has been lagging for 8 years, from the time that we issued consultation paper in 2017 until the ED has been released in 2020. And then we are now proposing an implementation date of January 1, 2026, although with the option to early adoption. That would be another 3 years before we can come up, before this standard could be implemented. I think we have actually, with the issuance of the CP and the ED and all the meetings that we had, especially during the pandemic years where these were live, I mean, they were, I think we have been transparent. We have achieved the transparency requirement of the due process. And we have deliberated, considered, reviewed, and analyzed all the concerns or the comments. And I think the board has made sure that no comments were being discounted, and all the issues that have been raised are being addressed and resolved. This, as mentioned by our other members, this standard is one of the long-awaited guidance by many of our constituents, and it might not be. It might be disservice to our constituents if we will give another time for to re-expose the draft IPSAS and take some more time to get their comments, then review, deliberate again on the comments. I think if setting the implementation date of January 1, 2026, we'll also give time to our constituents to go over the standards before this becomes effective from the time that we will publish it. And that would be, I think we can take advantage of that in getting their comments, their inputs on the final standards. And I think we just have to be, as mentioned by some members, we just have to have a mechanism by which we can get those inputs from additional inputs from our constituents from the time that we publish this standard. So I support the staff recommendation to do away with the re-exposure and approve and publish IPSAS 48 along with although we do not associate it with the revenue standards, but these two standards should be available to our constituents at the same time. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. So Mari, to you, and then I will go to Thomas, who's been waiting patiently, and then I'll take the second, any second comments before we come to a conclusion. Mari.
Thank you. From my point of view, it is important to consider how to take procedures of due process. And I understood this standard is delineated, reflected the public sector specific characteristics after so many dialogues between the public sector stakeholders, and after I listened about the drafting group's member from the UNICEF and European Commission, it is very much I understood that this standard is so delineated as a public sector specific characteristics. And so the important thing is the implementation and how to fine-tuning these standards. And so the implementation guideline is so important. And so as Lynn suggested, a post-implementation review, and so many inputs should be acquired and to sophisticate the standard perfectly. And so from my point of view, it is important to how to take procedures of due process. And from my point of view, and it is not required that the exposure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mari. Thomas, to you finally.
Thanks, Chair. Everybody who knows me knows that patience is one of my big strengths. So don't worry about that. Two introductory comments from my side. The CAG has been involved in measurement a couple of times, but it has not been explicitly consulted regarding re-exposure. So my comments is more based on my broader public interest perspective. That's comment number one. And comment number two is, as Liang already outlined, the two projects, transfer expenses and revenue, are closely connected. So my comments will kind of refer to both, and I will not repeat them later on. So to the comments, to be honest, I think that goes a little bit back to what Lynn said earlier regarding measurement and the question of re-exposure. I was not 100% convinced by the arguments brought forward in the 6.2.2 paper. Especially for me, it is not an indicator for insignificance that the changes are addressing points brought up by constituents. I think still they can be significant changes, even if constituents were alluding to that. But for me, the question really is significant or substantial change of what? And for me, relevant is a change in accounting treatment or an accounting outcome. And I think that's going back to what Renee said earlier. For me, the changes are how to bring the concepts to life and not a change in the accounting outcome in terms of postings or impact on messages or financial statements. So I do not see substantial changes. I do not see the changes, as Nima said, being substantial. That brings me to my second comment, and that's public interest. And actually, for me, this is not a public interest override because I don't see these substantial changes. It's rather complementary and supporting my due process assessment, and therefore making the case why it is important not to re-expose. For me, if I kind of think back to the last years, constituents have closely followed the board's work over the last 8 years, and I agree, since 2020, there has not been an official kind of communication, but I know that constituents and preparers have closely followed by reading the minutes and asking questions. So from my perspective, a lot of trainings and update sessions have been done in order to prepare large and complex entities for the changes to be made in the future regarding both revenue and transfer expenses. So given the intensive communication with constituents, in my view, re-exposure would not lead to anything new, to any new insights, but it would rather kill the momentum in the field, which is existing as I observe that. I would rather expect early adoptions, and that refers back to your question regarding if it is so urgent, is 2026 the right answer? I would expect early adoptions of a new standard if it would be issued. So from a public interest perspective, I therefore would recommend to not re-expose and rather consider, as it was already suggested, public interest implementation reviews for both revenue and transfer expenses. And that would address what Andrew rightly said, to get it right. But I wouldn't say it was based on we had substantial changes. And one last comment, as Noryati was rightly saying, I think clear and good communication is key here, not to use wrong arguments or misleading arguments and creating objection by that. We should focus on kind of the outcome hasn't changed. We have heard, we have listened, and this is what we think is the right answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. So I'll take a couple of I haven't seen Patricia. So maybe I'll go to Patricia, and then I'll take a couple of final comments from Adrien and Mike, and then I will sum up. And I think at that stage, we will need to take a vote because we've heard views on both sides of the argument. And I think it's important that we look at, members' views through the medium of the voting. So Patricia, to you, and then I will take the second comments.
Okay, thank you. In my opinion, it's not necessary to re-exposure because the changes are significant in my view, but were derived from the comments from the constituents. The constituents had the opportunity to present their views. Because of this, I think it's not necessary to re-exposure. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So final comments then from Adrien and then Mike.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not coming back on my position which is not to re-expose. So happy with the standard as it is. And as I said, if the standard can be finally finalized and adopted. But the discussion we've just had draw my attention to what I think is a systemic and fundamental issue with re-exposure. Well, of course, it seems that it is inevitable that there is changes between an exposure draft and the final draft, the final version that we are about to adopt. So, as Nima rightly recalled the reasons for re-exposure, the one that is seems to be more problematic and subject to interpretation is substantial changes to the proposed standards. Now, we need to be very clear about what is a substantial change. And I believe that we have a due process and we have a way to draft the standards that, I mean, gives room for necessary explanations of what was the process, I mean, the intellectual process followed by the board between the exposure draft and the final version of the standards. If we provide basis for conclusion, I've always considered basis for conclusion as a way, provided that they are clear, to support the final wording or the final substance of the standards. And if that is, then there should be no need for re-exposure in any way. I would personally only support re-exposure whenever there would be substantial conceptual changes to between the exposure draft and the final draft, such as, for instance, the introduction of the current operational value in IPSASB 46, which anyway, I approve the non-re-exposure for sake of public interest. In the end, when we follow the due process, I mean, it's in the view of providing, delivering, as PIC recall, relevant and timely standards in the public interest. Doesn't mean that during the iterative process that we follow between consultation paper through exposure drafts and final draft, the iterative process should be an endless process to gather the comments of any constituent who would prove to be endlessly unsatisfied with the final position of the board. So I think there is a fundamental and conceptual issue with re-exposing a standard. And in this case, there are in my view, no reasons, based on what I've just said, that there is no reason for re-exposure.
Thank you, Adrian. Final comment from Mike, and then I'll sum up, and we will move to a vote.
So thank you, Chair. Just coming back on Rod's comments on the voting process or agreeing process, let's call it this way. I didn't get it right at the moment whether we now deciding on do we vote on re-exposure or not, or do we directly vote on re-exposure or not?
It's a fine point. Given the diversity of views, can I take it that members are content that we move to a vote on this? So I think that answers the first question, that we move on then to a vote. I mean, I think it's been a very good discussion, and I think reflecting on what's come out of this, I think there's no doubt about the fact that we do need to reflect on what is written. This is the first time we've really had to use this. And certainly there are, different views that have been expressed. And I think particularly, whether the emphasis should actually be substantial change in the accounting outcome, or however it's actually expressed. There clearly is a lack of clarity that we need to reflect on. I think that's something that we need to instruct the staff to do. Having said that, we are where we are, and therefore I think it's right that at this stage we do take a vote on whether we re-expose or not. So with that, Ross, if you can move us into the voting process.
Thanks, Ian. So I'm going to ask first for members that vote for re-exposure to raise their flags, whether you're in the room or online. So if you vote for re-exposure, please raise your flag now. So for those online, I'm seeing 3 flags Noriadi, Andrew, and Kamira voting for re-exposure in the room and no flags online. And now I'd like to ask those voting against re-exposure to please raise their flags just for completeness. So I'm counting 13 flags against re-exposure.
Does that include online?
14, sorry. So it's not adding up.
It's a numbers thing.
So I think Liang, did you vote for re-exposure? Abstaining. Okay, abstention. Thank you.
Are there any other abstentions on this? Is that now reconciled then, Ross?
Does reconcile.
Okay, so
Thank
just
you.
for the record then.
So for the record, 3-4, 14 against, 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. So that does now move us then into the discussion about effective dates. Could I just ask for clarification from the staff, really back to the point that Adrienne made, which is actually, do we need to add anything to the basis for conclusions that explains this, or is that in the minutes? How do we approach that?
We need to put something in the minutes, and I think we should add a BC, but let us take that offline and maybe we bring that back as a proposal for Friday to capture the nuance of this debate in the appropriate way.
Okay, thanks. And I think there is also board instruction that we need to have a look at the due process from reflecting the comments that have been made and the ambiguities that are there in the guidance at the moment, and to come back on that at a future board meeting. Okay, so with that, we move then into the discussion around effective date, and a number of comments have already been made about the proposal, but Edwin, move us back into that.
So we're now back in 6.2.1, and after the vote on not re-exposing, we now have to determine the effective date. So staff recommend an effective date of January 1st, 2026. And as some of the members have indicated in the prior discussion, just because it's 2026, we also gave constituents the option to early adopt. So it doesn't mean we are not going to get any feedback until after 2026.
So open for comments on that. Yep. Claudia, to you first.
Thank you, Chair. I have just a question about the effective date and the potential earlier adoption of the standard. If there are a linkage between the revenue standard that I have also early adopting the revenue standard or not, because I heard from the discussion before there are different views if these are standards separately dealt or if they are interrelated. It would be helpful to be clear on it.
Edwin, to you on that?
Yes. So right now in the standard, it does say that if you early adopt transfer expenses, you have to early adopt revenue. But the only reason why we did that is because transfer expenses cross-references to some of the definitions and the basis for conclusions in revenue. So if we were to really separate the two standards, all we have to do is really duplicate the definitions, and that would be it. So if staff is open to doing that, if that's what the board prefers.
So Claudia, just back to you then, were you proposing that we separated the two in that way?
When I heard the discussion and the public sector that it's urgent to implement the transfer expense standard, we will have public sector entities which only have the majority really a problem with the transfer expenses and less with the revenues because they have maybe only taxes. So which is already unchanged from the old standard to the new one. So I find it personally better if you could split them. So leave both standards independent, because the only reason why Edwin said they are linkage because we have the same definition in it. So maybe there's another way not to copy the definition, but that's only my view, to reduce the burden, to use the transfer expense standard as soon as possible, even if it's not relevant for the revenue side.
Thanks, Claudia. I mean, I think there is a question as to if both standards are out there and have been approved, whether that actually has an impact in the way that, yeah, Ross.
Yeah, so I would say, let's have that discussion about splitting them depending on where we get on revenue. Because the intention, if we approve both and do not re-expose today, is they'll be published as a package. Although they are separate guidance, there is a link. And I think most of our users are going to look at these together, and there has been a natural link in this project since the beginning. We also have a policy in our guidance that we try and put the definitions in the first time they're used in a standard and we don't repeat them. So I'd rather not go and duplicate the guidance unnecessarily if there's not going to be re-exposure for revenue, because they'll come out together. They'll be communicated in a package to make it clear where there are links and where there aren't. So I think until we decide on revenue, I wouldn't start moving guidance around at this point.
Okay, thanks. So I've then got Scott and then Renee.
Yeah, I was going to just thank you. And I was just going to put forth the only reason you'd want to split them if you thought it'd be a burden implementation, because the revenue is going to be a heavy lift. And so the only reason you'd want to do that is for that reason, that if it's not material on the revenue side, you don't need to worry about it to begin with. I'm concerned about when it's significant on both sides and it's a heavy lift, but that would be the only reason I'd see it do it. I don't have a view either way, but it may be a reason to think about it.
Okay, so I mean, I think it's clear that we need to loop back on that one once we've actually had the discussion about revenue. So I think if we can take that one then. Renee, are you on a different point then?
No, thank you. Scott made my point. If it's irrelevant from a revenue perspective, because you're more of a transferor, then adopting them, the revenue one is irrelevant to you as a transferor. So
okay, so I think if staff can advise when we get to the end of the discussion about revenue. So the proposal, though, that staff have put is for the 2026 effective date, but with permission to early adopt. Are there any other comments from board members on that? So are we content with staff's recommendation then? Okay, good.
Okay, so the last step in the due process is to issue basis for conclusions, and those are already included in agenda item 6.3.1. And as Ross said, we will also draft a BC about this re-exposure issue and bring it back on Friday.
Okay, thank you. So I think with that, we're there. We have approved IPSAS 48. So thank you everyone who's input to that over a very long period. I think the significance of this is not only that specific project has been running for a number of years, it's actually that finally draws a line under what was originally badged as social policy obligations. And that was a project that was commenced in 2002. It's been a long and winding road to reach the conclusion of that. As a result of the sort of stop-start on that, there've been a number of exposure drafts. We ended up as a board splitting this so that we finalised the social benefits standard at the end of 2018. We've also added guidance to IPSAS 19 addressing collective goods and services, and now this is the third and final component of that project. I think there are actually only 2 people, possibly 3 people in the room that have been around the board all the way through that. David and Thomas were members of that original task force that set out on that journey in 2002. I'm not sure, John, were you around then, or? So, yeah. But I think that's a significant point for the board that we've finally worked our way through to the third and final component of that. So thanks to everybody over the years that has input, and I think that's very significant approval. And I think with that, we've earned a lunch break. Lunch is actually next door. And I think we can break until 1:30. So thank you everyone for good debates this morning, and we'll come back and then move into the discussion around chapter 3 of the framework after lunch. Thank you. Sorry, just everybody. In terms of the programme for today, we're obviously ahead, and the proposal is that we will move into the discussion around the revenue standard after we've taken the item on the update of chapter 3 of the framework. So that will be this afternoon. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'll start this afternoon's session. So as notified, we'll carry on with the agenda in the order that is presented. So conceptual framework, limited scope update, chapter 3, and then we'll move on to the revenue discussion after that. So John, to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. This is the second item on the conceptual framework. And whereas the item before lunch dealt with the approval of Chapter 5 on elements, this now is dealing with some limited updates to Chapter 3, qualitative characteristics. And that chapter, qualitative characteristics, also includes constraints on financial reporting, although that's not reflected in the title of the chapter. And what we're going to look at today encompasses both the QCs, but also constraints. I'm going to start by just giving a brief update to where we stand on the approach to the review of the 8 specific matters for comment in ED 81. At the December meeting, we looked at 4 specific matters for comment on the definition of liability and guidance on liabilities and assets. We made decisions on those, and they were reflected in the updated chapter that you looked at this morning. Similarly, at the catch-up meeting last month, we looked at the remaining 2 specific matters for comment relating to Chapter 5 issues, unit of account and accounting for binding arrangements that are equally unperformed. And again, decisions and instructions were given which facilitated approval this morning. So what we're doing at this meeting is looking at the final 2 specific matters for comment, both of which in ED 81, both of which relate to Chapter 3. And they are specific matter for comment 1 on prudence and specific matter comment 2, adding obscuring information to admitting and misstating information as a factor relevant to materiality judgments. So perhaps I could move firstly to the paper on prudence. And the recommendation is that the approach to prudence in ED 81, whereby we have included references to prudence in the core text, but we've not proposed adding prudence as a QC, we're proposing that that approach is retained. We do feel that there is a need for a little bit more additional explanation of the terms symmetry and asymmetry. Now, these are terms which I think we've got used to, or certainly I've got used to banding about, as if I know what they mean and everybody else knows what they mean. And I'm not sure whether the first of those is right or not. But I think it is the case that probably we do need a little bit of additional material on asymmetry, probably on the basis for conclusions. And I looked again at the ISB framework, and it is not a great deal more fulsome, but there is a little bit more detail in the ISB's framework. So what I'm proposing is that we bring back some wording on asymmetry to one of the next meetings of the board, either the catch-up meeting or the June meeting, depending on the pressures on board time. But overall, there was quite strong support, certainly not unanimous support, but fairly widespread support for the approach that we'd taken in ED 81. And we concluded that there weren't any really persuasive arguments to change our approach. I should also mention that although it's not a key deciding factor, because the framework is not an interpretation of the ISB framework, nonetheless, this approach is consistent with that of the ISB and the amendments that the ISB made to their framework 3 or 4 years ago. Okay. At that point, Ian, can I go through you and throw it open for discussion.
Yeah, thanks, John. So anybody disagree with the recommendations from staff there? Camira.
Thanks, Chair. I do not disagree with the staff recommendation. I just had a question specific with the proposed additional paragraphs in relation to prudence, where we are explaining that the reason for the asymmetric treatment in the standards. And I wanted to confirm if my understanding is correct. So what we are trying to say is that the asymmetric treatments that are, for instance, in IPSAS 19 and so, is not due to prudence, a prudent approach, but it's due to faithful representation and relevance. So two other qualitative characteristics. I just wanted to confirm if my understanding is right. Thanks.
I mean, to be honest, Camira, I don't think that the rationale's been fully worked out. I mean, respondent 25 very, very helpfully provided us with quite a lot of detail of areas where there are asymmetric requirements in IPSAS. I think that that was largely because these asymmetric requirements were brought forward from the ISB literature that we were drawing on. And we tended to, I think, look at it and think, well, is there any public sector reason for modifying that approach? That's certainly my limited recollection of why we didn't modify the approach to contingent liabilities, contingent assets in IPSAS 19. So I'd like to be able to say to you, yes, we thoroughly mind faithful representation, and that's why we retain those requirements. But I think I'd probably be being a little bit economical with the truth if I were to say that.
So on that, I think, you know, we need to see what the drafting actually is and whether that addresses your point adequately. Okay. So I think that's probably, so if you bring back the appropriate drafting and then we'll have a look at that and make sure that explains the situation. Okay, so with that, then we move on to the second point.
Specific matter for comment 2, and that proposed adding obscuring information to omitting and misstating information as a factor relevant to materiality judgments. And the recommendation is on that slide that we retain the approach in ED 81 subject to the deletion of the final sentence of paragraph 332. And that sentence gave guidance that the disclosure of material items not displayed separately or displayed sufficiently prominently on the face of a statement. Now, there's a mistake in the recommendation in your written papers and also in paragraph 10. The reference should be to paragraph 3.32, not 3.32a. So it's that final sentence in 3.32 that we're proposing to delete. Why are we doing that? Because we think it could be misinterpreted, that chapter 6 of the framework provides the principle that non-recognition of an item is not rectified through disclosure. And we think, and it's quite clear from the comments of some of the respondents, that they felt that that this didn't really relate very well to that requirement and guidance in chapter 6. So at the end of the day, we think it's more appropriate to delete it. Some respondents also made the point that really this is an aspect of presentation and it's not something which relates specifically to the constraints on information in financial reports. So that was a further, rather more conceptual reason they gave for omitting this sentence. Okay. So at that point,
Okay, so anybody disagree with the staff recommendation there? Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I just had a comment on the basis for conclusions on that and on the definition of obscuring information.
Could you pull the mic a little bit closer?
Okay, so sorry, I just had a comment on the term obscuring information, giving the respondents 3, 10, and 13. And I think in parallel to prudence, it might be of certain benefit if there would be the basis conclusions expanded by one sentence saying, okay, that might be defined in the individual standards, and it would be in parallel to the prudence asymmetry. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was in a bit of a dilemma here because I certainly sort of saw what people were saying, and initially I started to write something about voluminous disclosures, but then I thought, well, that tends to emphasize one aspect of obscuring and neglect others. I mean, I'm quite happy to go down the route you suggest, Mike, which is that we make a reference to the fact that obscuring information will be further developed, or the implementation will be at the standards level, provided the board is happy with that, because previously, whilst doing this project, there were some reservations about referring to the standards level, albeit here we would be using a generic term rather than referring to a specific pronouncement. I don't know if I've been sufficiently clear.
Yeah. I mean, I think we'd need to see the drafting on that if you were going to do that before we made a decision.
Yeah, I'll put something together very simple and just share it with Mike. We can bring that back in April or June.
Okay, thanks for that. Abdullah and then Todd.
Thank you, Chair. And my comment is not specifically on this section, but it's a general comment, and I'm also highlighting I'm referring to the discussions we had in the previous session. Our analysis here, can we share them with the respondents so they have an idea of about our responses? I know they are out there on the website, but can we send it by email or via any way that they send it to us, if it's possible, so we make sure that their comments being taken into consideration?
Ross.
We make everything publicly available on the website. We don't go back to comments to answer whether what we've done, and we don't have the resources to do that. It's not a good resource use of staff resources. So I think from a staff perspective, that's kind of a line we've never crossed, and I wouldn't be happy putting resources into that directly going back to constituents.
I mean, I think also this isn't a standards level project. It's a conceptual framework, which is actually so. Okay, Todd.
Thanks, Ian. I agree with the recommendation in terms of paragraph 3.32. When I was reading the paper and the table that's included in the paper on page 22 of 25, there's also a suggestion of making a change to a basis for conclusions paragraph, which isn't part of the recommendation, but I did agree that we should make that change to the basis for conclusions paragraph as well. And I think it's just worth the board confirming that as part of this recommendation as well. So it was BC 3.32b that you were suggesting removing reference to the inclusion of immaterial disclosures.
Thanks a lot for highlighting that. Just to note it for everybody else, this is on page 22, and it's the staff response to the point of respondent 15 that the basis for conclusions focuses too much on obscuring material information by including immaterial information. And I think it goes back to partially to the point that Camira raised and that I responded to. And for the reasons that I gave previously, we do feel that we should delete that reference. And possibly that would be in line with the proposal that Mike's made, that we make a reference to the standards level rather than specific mechanisms, specific ways you might obscure information. But thanks for raising that, Todd, and I should have raised that previously.
Okay, Andrew.
Thanks. Just with this respect to the proposal around that we include a reference to standards level, I think we need to be careful there. I mean, we've looked at the framework before and chosen not to do that. And so perhaps, when we're looking at this, if we can consider other ways that if there is a message we need to get out there, are there other ways we can do it without putting it directly into the framework chapter?
Okay, well, I mean, I think on those bits of drafting, John, I think my suggestion would be that you just iterate with the 3 members that have actually made the suggestions, and then then we can put something to the board. But take the point you're making, Andrew. Thanks. Okay, so I think we've got those bits of drafting that we need to do, and then you'll bring that back, John, for the board to have a look at those revised bits of drafting.
Yeah, either in April, Ian, or June.
Yeah, I mean, it very much depends on how we, on the focus of agenda and, so on. So, okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so thanks very much for that, John. So now we're going to move into revenue and invite Eileen back to the table, then to take us through the revenue item.
Hello, everyone. I was initially prepared to say good morning, but we're pretty ahead today. So very excited to be bringing you revenue today, so close to the discussions that we've had on re-exposure on transfer expenses. I think as we move through the revenue item, we will see some similarities in the thinking that we really brought in to considering the re-exposure for both of those IPSAS. But what we wanted to do first was to also start by saying thank you to IPSASB members, to our drafting group, which we had first set up in 2021 and that we've worked very closely with for the last 2 years to really take what the board had decided through our many discussions since the EDs responses were given back to us to the point that we are at today. And it's really been a concerted effort amongst many people. So we do appreciate just the amount of time and the work that everyone has put in to get us to the current draft IPSAS 47. So the first agenda item, 8.2.1, went through the due process and to showcase that we have followed due process in the revenue project and to put IPSAS 47 towards you for potential approval. And so the current draft IPSAS 47 is presented in agenda item 8.3.1. And I'm happy to move on to the next step of due process to ask the program and technical director to advise whether due process has been followed effectively.
Due process has been followed effectively.
Thank you. The next step in the due process is for the IPSASB to confirm whether it is satisfied that due process has been followed effectively. And I'm happy to pass it to the chair.
Thank you, Eileen. Any points members want to bring up on due process? Okay, so I think we're content that due process has been followed.
Thank you, Chair. Step 4 is to have the IPSASB vote on the approval of IPSAS 47 revenue. On staff side, our recommendation would be to vote for approval, but happy to pass it to you, Chair, for the vote itself.
Okay, so Ross, take us into the voting process.
So similar to the earlier votes, those voting for, please raise your flag, whether you're in the room or online, and just leave them up. Okay, I can see everyone in the room, and the 2 members online are voting for, so we have 18 for.
Okay, thanks everyone. That's good. So now we then move into the next discussion on whether re-exposure is necessary. So Eileen, to you.
Thank you, everyone, and thanks, Chair. So as mentioned, and similar to how we approached it for transfer expenses, we had a separate paper, agenda item 8.2.2, which goes through the staff analysis on whether or not the vote for re-exposure is necessary. And so we're going to move into that paper here. Now, this slide will look familiar from what you've already seen on the transfer expense side. And this was really meant to highlight that there are sort of 2 components to the overall due process consideration for re-exposure. The first is to really think about whether there have been substantial changes, and also consider holistically what the benefits and the costs could be of actually re-exposing this draft guidance. The second piece is then, if the board concludes a vote is necessary, we would then move into the vote, and as per due process, we would require 2/3 of board members to vote in favor for there to actually be a re-exposure of this guidance. And similarly, the basis for re-exposure would be recorded in the minutes, and we'll of course work together with members to make sure we have that documented formally and thoroughly.
Okay, so sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I?
No worries. Thank you, Chair. So we won't spend too much time going through the core substance and the core analysis from the paper itself. We are hoping that it was relatively clear what we were trying to communicate in the papers, but we thought it would be helpful for the discussion today to really bring into focus what we felt were the key differences as staff having worked on this project. And this is what I wanted to highlight on the slide here. Now, the first, I think, that has been the most prevalent change for us as a board and as constituents looking at the work the board has been going through is the fact that we had 2 exposure drafts, so ED 70 and 71, which meant that we were proposing 2 separate revenue standards to replace the 3 that we currently have in the current suite of IPSAS. Now we're actually looking at 1 single standard. So what would happen in the future is that we would have just 1 place that entities would be going to look for the guidance and to apply to account for the revenue that they have. So that definitely is a key difference between the ED stage and where we are now with IPSAS 47. Now, the second difference we want to highlight is essentially a culmination of many discussions we've had, particularly through, I would say, maybe a good 4 or 5 meetings that the board had since early 2021. And that was about, what is a binding arrangement? What are the models that we have? How do they all fit together within the guidance we have now written in the IPSAS? And I think many of those decisions have essentially led to this substantial looking change between the models. But what it really meant was there wasn't actually substantial change, but just how we were presenting the material and clarifying the concepts and the principles within the models themselves. So what the EDs originally had done was to ask an entity to first think about the existence of a performance obligation. If there was one, then they would go to ED 70. And apologies, I do see that the no and yes are reversed here. So if there is a performance obligation, you would go to ED 70, and there would be essentially the 5-step model on that side. But if you don't have a performance obligation, then you have to consider if you have a present obligation. And if you do have a present obligation, you move to one part of ED 70. And if you don't, then you move to another part. So we essentially had 3 models across 2 different EDs. And a lot of the responses that we got from constituents on the 2 EDs was that this is very difficult to really understand, apply in practice. It wasn't really a concern about the principles per se, but how do I actually apply the principles? And so that's what has really led to what we now have in IPSAS 47, where the focus is actually on the existence of a binding arrangement. If you do not have a binding arrangement, then you apply the first section of the IPSAS for revenue without a binding arrangement. But if you do, then you apply the second set, which is for revenue with binding arrangements for which you have at least 1 compliance obligation. Now, one of the terms that's been thrown around quite a bit on this slide, and obviously through many of our discussions, is performance obligation, present obligation, compliance obligation. And this was something that the board has spent a lot of time working through to really refine that this is actually a unit of account for revenue recognition and measurement, and landing on the use of compliance obligation to better communicate what exactly this unit of account is so that revenue can be accounted for accordingly. So if we really take a step back, it would appear that in most cases, we are not expecting any differences in the actual accounting income from when you apply the ED accounting versus what we have in IPSAS 47. But what the board has done through all of its major work in the last 2 years is to really clarify the principles themselves, refine the guidance, and make the process easier to understand and apply for the users of the IPSAS. So the process has changed, but the accounting income most likely has not. Now, to supplement this analysis of the overall accounting principles, whether those have changed, the guidance itself, we also wanted to think about how we have considered those constituent inputs through this entire process. And some of this will look familiar based on the discussion we had on transfer expenses earlier today. We started the revenue project in 2015. And as you can see on the slide here, we've had 3 very formal processes of inputs. So into the project brief, the 2017 consultation paper, as well as the 2 exposure drafts that were released in early 2020. And from this process, we have received a lot of constituent inputs. For the CP itself, we had 38 responses. And for the EDs, we actually had over 130 responses in total. And so it's definitely been a very robust process over the last 8 years. But to supplement that, and which has really helped in this process of putting together IPSAS 47, is the additional feedback and outreaches that we have done through task force involvement from constituents, the drafting group that we set up in 2021, also the 2019 roundtables, which had over 100 countries that provided additional input during that roundtable phase, as well as these other outlets, for example, through the KEG memberships and hearing advice from KEG members, and the outreach activities and events that we have been having as staff, as well as board members with the public sector community. And so we wanted to really think about the benefits versus the costs as well of re-exposure. And to not redeliberate too much of what's already in the paper, what we concluded from the assessment is that the benefits of re-exposing this revenue guidance seem to be very limited, as it is unlikely that we're going to be getting any new insights or information that the board has not already considered through this 8-year journey. However, an re-exposure would actually impose significant costs, not just on the IPSASB in terms of how we manage our work program, what projects we can start with, what time would be required to reassess the responses on a re-exposure, but also to the wider public sector entities. And from the public interest perspective, we felt that overall the costs were actually quite substantial and did not necessarily justify the benefits. So with that, on balance, staff's recommendation was to not re-expose IPSAS 47, as there were no substantial changes that would necessitate re-exposure. All the changes that we have made based on board decisions have been to reflect on the responses and inputs we've received from constituents and making those adjustments accordingly to reach where we have now in IPSAS 47. And also from a public interest perspective, we believe that the expected cost of re-exposure would outweigh the potential benefits from such a re-exposure. And so with that, happy to pass it back to you, Chair, to facilitate this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Eileen, for that introduction. And I think, certainly all the comments that were made during the earlier discussion about transfer expenses in terms of the application of due process and so on. I think we take it as read. We've already instructed staff that needs to be examined in the application of those. So I think if we take that as read to begin with, then if we can focus in this discussion on the points that staff have made in terms of the the various different aspects of this decision, and similarly to with transfer expenses, I'd like to bring in anybody from the drafting group that would like to make comments, and then open it up more generally at that point in time. So if perhaps I could start with Nicole Smith from the European Commission.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I really apologise that you were running ahead of yourself earlier on, so I wasn't able to join for the transfer expenses discussion, which is a discussion I've been following with huge amounts of interest for the last few years. But anyway, I would just like to say we're really grateful you've all decided not to re-expose the transfer expenses standard, because obviously we want to implement this as quickly as possible. It's a standard that really makes a big difference to us. As regards the revenue standard, our position is quite similar. It's been really helpful being part of the drafting group. We've had the opportunity to join the discussions and to channel in, our very specific perspective. We identified a specific fact pattern, which was really important for us. And I have to say the IPSASB staff have been super, really helpful. So we think we're well placed right now to implement the standard. We don't see any issues that we would raise during the comment period at all. We don't think that the changes in the standard are so substantial that a re-exposure would actually be needed. So my conclusion is, the involvement with the drafting group has been really helpful. We learned a lot, and we really don't feel any need to go any further. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. Joanna, perhaps I can go to you from the UN system perspective.
Thank you so much. Like Nicole, I don't want to repeat the points I made earlier. This is very interlinked with the transfer expenses standards. And again, we wouldn't have any comments on the principles, and we hugely value the drafting group opportunity and the staff time. It's been really, really useful. Lars said earlier for EC that the transfer expenses is the standard for them. The revenue is the standard for us in the UN system, and is the standard that has caused us the most issues in application. And the standards challenges still exist to this very day. And every day that we don't have clarity, it causes us problems with the same fact patterns being interpreted in a number of different ways by different auditors and so forth. In relation to the exposure draft itself, the two exposure drafts that were issued out, we found it quite confusing. We didn't know which standard we would go in. And we find that this new combined one actually clarifies that, and it clearly points at where we need to be, and hence we are focusing on the principles rather than the which standards do we fall under. And I don't think those principles have really changed. We might have changed the terminology and so forth. So I don't think there would be any benefit from re-exposure. But the benefit of issuing it right now would be that we would finally have a new clear approach to follow, and those conversations that are happening on this very day about whether something's a condition and a restriction could finally go to bed. So I really thank for the opportunity. It's been a journey, but really from the UN system approach, again, a uniform precision, which is not very common. We would all like to see this standard issued as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna, and thank you to both you and to Nicole for the input that you provided into the drafting group. Okay, so open up now for comments from board members in terms of sort of comments on the proposal. So, Scott, lead us off.
I just felt someone had to raise a flag, Ian, but not to repeat what I said before, but I'm just going to kind of repeat what I think it's really same thing goes here. The outcome really doesn't change. This is an area that people have got to roll up their hands and figure it out. And the sooner we give it to them the ability to do that, the better off it'll be. So I just encourage us to not re-expose.
Okay, thanks for that. Andrew.
Thanks. So I think different to transfer expenses, I agree there hasn't been a substantial change in the substance of the standard here. I think there's potentially a little bit of scope creep in terms of transactions that may have been in ED 70 or 71 that perhaps have slightly swapped since we've gone to the binding arrangement sort of scoping, but I agree, I don't think that's a substantial change. So not supporting re-exposure here, but I do just think, going to Ross's earlier comment, that we are entering a sort of a new stage of standard setting and then the work of the board, that this is a standard that requires a significant amount of judgment for preparers to actually put into place. And when we are looking at the new structures that we are potentially going to be putting into place, interpretation group, resource groups, not proposing we enter those, but I think it's a consideration that we need to do, particularly for the new revenue standard. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. So is there anybody that feels that we should re-expose? Liang?
Actually, I'm more struggling for this one than transfer expense standard as in this morning. In my opinion, I think that revenue standard may be one of the most important standard, and because people always focus on the top line, the revenue line. And also, I feel that actually our proposed model is more comprehensive or more complex than IFRS 15. From my experience to assist private sector to apply the standard on IFRS 15, actually, we encounter quite a lot implementation issues, which many of them actually we have not expected before we implementation. So my gut feeling is that it is probable that there will be more and more implementation issues if our standard will be effective, because we also not only we based on the performance obligation, we also have our compliance obligation and some other concept. Actually, I also think about that some board member raised this morning, whether it is good that we allow people to look at the issued standard first, and then to have some preparation for the implementation. Maybe in the preparation process, maybe they can identify some issues that we may not consider at this stage. Actually, I have some real life example for private sector that is our experience when apply the ISB standard. One example is about the lease standard. Actually, it is also a big project and also a big standard. And maybe we can see that this standard was effective, and then actually people identify a lot of implementation issues, including the deferred tax issues, and also about sale and lease back, then how to recognize the lease liability, although or it is a lease liability or it is a financial liability, and also when the entity waive some lease payment during the COVID and how to account for it. So you can see that ISB actually, they understand entity have these implementation issues, and they issued amendment one by one. And so actually up to now, there are quite some amendment to the original IFRS 16. And another example is about insurance contract, IFRS 17, another big project and another big standard about issued by the ISB. And actually the standard was effective, is effective this year. And you can see that actually ISB quite a long time before between the issue of the standard and the effective date of the standard. Actually, between these several years, actually ISB has issued some amendment. My observation or from the stakeholder and including the preparer and the auditor is they say, you see that the standard was not effective, and actually the ISB issued again and again about the amendment. So this is also not a good example from my point of view. So if we look at these two examples, real life case about ISB standard, from my point of view, actually, I think both are not good practice. So my preference, if ask me to choose, maybe I will intend to re-expose this our revenue standard, because as I just said, it is one of the most important standard, and also that I expect there will be quite a lot of implementation issues. And as staff just presented, actually, there are quite a few changes. And maybe if we ask a common outside people, a common stakeholder, if they look at this change, because we originally we have 2 EDs and now we have 1 ED, and the original we say performance obligation, present obligation, now we say whether you have a compliance obligation. So from the point of view of a common stakeholder, I expect that they will look at all of these substantial changes. So in the worst case, if we issue it, the standard, and no matter it is before the effective day or after the effective day, there people find quite a lot implementation issues. They may challenge us as a board whether we have considered all of this before we issue the final standard. So if from my point of view, I would intend to recommend that we re-expose it before the final pronouncement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Liang. I think that that's very helpful in terms of that explanation. Okay, so I think given that we do have a difference in view within the board in terms of whether to re-expose or not, my proposition would be that at this stage we then move to a vote on that. And Ross, if you can lead us into that, please.
Thanks, Ian. And just to remind everybody, like the last re-exposure vote, I'll do votes for re-exposure, votes against re-exposure, and then any abstentions. So for those members who vote for re-exposure, please raise your flag and leave it up. So I see one vote for re-exposure. Okay, you can take it down. So those members who vote against re-exposure, please raise your flags. And I'm seeing 17 against. No abstentions.
Okay, thanks everyone. I think that's, it's important though that we've had the discussion again for the reasons that Liang has explained, and I think we will need to concentrate particularly on the communication. On Ross, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think similar to what was decided with transfer expenses, it'd be good to bring back a BC capturing the vote process, and also we'll draft the details in the minutes. Maybe it'll be less short for revenue versus transfer expenses in terms of the minutes, but I think there should be a BC saying the vote considered a vote on re-exposure, held a vote on re-exposure, did not re-expose.
Okay, thanks for that. I think we need to consider communication in the round. So you're right. I mean, clearly it would be best practice to include something in BCs, but I think we're also going to have to think about communication more generally, which I think needs to go to the sort of points that Liang has made and the kind of ostensible differences and so on. Todd.
Thanks, Ian. And I made the point under the transfer expenses discussion. I think we just need to be open to getting the feedback because I take, Liang's point, there could be implementation issues. So let's be open to getting that feedback. And if we need to move to deal with some of these through improvements or other means, at least having the information coming in from constituents gives us that opportunity to think about whether there is an issue that we need to address more immediately, or it can wait to a later process like a post-implementation review.
Thanks, Todd. So again, I think that does come into communication in terms of that openness there. Okay, so with that, then we move into the next stage, which is then to consider effective date.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks everyone for the time in the voting process. So the next step in our due process is to consider the effective date for IPSAS 47. And for the reasons set out in the paper, staff are proposing January 1st, 2026, which is consistent with the preliminary discussions we had during the February check-in and as presented in the PTD report earlier today.
Okay, thanks, Eileen. Are there any points board members want to make on that proposal? Okay, not seeing any flags raised. So I think we're content with that as the effective date for IPSAS 47.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the board. The last item is about the basis for conclusions. So as I mentioned earlier, we will be writing a new basis for conclusion based on today's discussion on the re-exposure consideration. And so we'll provide a copy of that for consideration by Friday. Other than that, all the basis for conclusions are in agenda item 8.3.1. So we will be adding to the set that's in there.
Okay, thank you for that. Ross.
I just wanted to make a final comment. It's not about revenue, actually. It's just to remind board members that when we approved the new PP&E guidance, IPSAS 45 in December, the board made a decision at that time that the effective date of that standard would be aligned with revenue. So I just, as it says in my TD report in paragraph 7, as we discussed at the February check-in, that the effective date for measurement and PP&E will be January 1st, 2025. Revenue and transfer expenses are January 1st, 2026. And that's consistent within the report, but I wanted to make sure that was clear to everybody. We didn't lose that decision the board made in December, and that we're applying it consistently with how we've been instructed to.
Okay, thanks for that clarification there, Ross. So with that, that brings the revenue project to a conclusion after 8 years. It started, in fact, Todd did the opening presentation in the Santiago meeting in March 2015. So it is 8 years since we started the project. So I think just a thank you to everybody who has input during the period of the project. I think it's been a challenging project, which I think reflects some of the points that Liang was making there. But I think a good result in the end. So thank you very much, everyone, and just an applause for everybody that's been involved throughout the project. So with that, I think we draw to a close in terms of the formal business of the meeting for today. We will start the meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock as advertised by going into reporting sustainability programme information. What I'm going to propose is that we close the public part of the meeting today at this point. We then take a short break and then we will move into the collaborative session, which will be a presentation from GRI in terms of their guidance and their processes. Ross, you want to just come in before?
Yeah, just to say that we're closing the public meeting, but that doesn't mean anybody in the room has to leave. Anyone who wants to stay to watch the GRI presentation is more than welcome to stay. Any public gallery members, observers, will just be closing the YouTube link.
Okay, thanks for that. So if we take a break now for how long was? Yeah, so if we take a break until 25:02 and then come back and then we'll start that education session on GRI standards. Okay, thanks very much everyone for today's meeting. Thank you.